All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second game of week 5 of the Lagos State Cricket League, known as the Club Cricket Committee. This game you're about to see is between Federal Government College Old Boys Cricket Club, known as FGCWCC, and Government College Ibadan Old Boys Cricket Club, known as GCI. FGCWCC won the toss and elected to field first, which you can see on your screen as they are preparing to take the field in the next 4 minutes. I have me here, my brother from another mother, just like I like to say, but he's always the one who threatens me the most in the cricket circle. His name is YISHAWU Jidagba. Sheon, good afternoon.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here. We are ready to roll. It's the second game of today's match. We've seen a game earlier on where the defending champion GCICC Cricket Club won, defeated their counterpart from Rocks of Abeokuta by 9 wickets to maintain their dominance in the Honorable GBOLAHAN YISHAWU Club Cricket Committee League. Still unbeaten after 4 games, and they are topping, and the Rocks of Abeokuta find themselves in 4th position, having played 4 matches, won 1, lost 2, and then tied 1. But to give you update of what happened in the first game, but let's talk about the second game. It's a game that pits Federal Government College Warri Old Students Association Cricket Club against their counterpart from Government College Ibadan Old Boys Cricket Club. Like Yomi rightly stated, when the toss was conducted, Emmanuel Okudili, who is standing captain today, and we have to say from all of us at the cricket circle, we wish you conjugal bliss. We wish you the best life has got to offer when it comes to marriage. He just tied the nuptial knot on the 5th of January 2022, and I think as a mark of honor, his team decided to honor him with that by handing the captaincy role to him today, and he won the toss, so that's one good sign. Won the toss over Babatunde Ayinde, the captain of Government College Ibadan Old Boys Cricket Club, and he elected to field, and GCI are going to bat.
Strangely, Tunde hasn't won the toss. Tunde hasn't won the toss in this whole competition yet.
Well, you could say Tunde has that ill luck of not winning the toss, but this will be their 4th game. They are currently 3rd on the log. If they get to win, they go above Rising Stars Cricket Club, who are 2nd on the log and have just played just 2 games. So they still have 2 more games to play. So this is a game that pits the 3rd place team against the bottom place team. So it's quite befuddling and shocking to know how FGC has plummeted after winning their first game against 1004 Stars. They lost scandalously against Rising Stars, and also lost against I think it was Lagos Asians Cricket Club.
Yeah, they lost against the LACC, which would would actually back-to-back losses. Yes, definitely. So with introduction back of Okudili Emmanuel, they'll be looking at strengthening their batting side, because in the last games, that's the first game he played, he has been mostly their prolific batter. Yeah. So with him back in the squad after his marriage, so it's definitely going to be a very good game for him. The umpires for today are Olabinwonu Taiwo and Femi Oduyebo. Yeah, Femi standing in for the second game.
So quick correction, that's Oladunjoye, not Olabinwonu.
Oh, apologies, Oladunjoye actually.
Yeah, Olabinwonu asked Kehinde
Yeah.
You know, one of our respected umpires. This about the second game Femi will be having today. He officiated the first game against Ibeju and Rocks himself and Chimeze Onwuzulike, who used to play for GCI but currently plays for Rising Stars Cricket Club. So the game is set. The two opening batters for GCI are Tunde Ayinde, the captain, taking responsibility, and of course
Afrete, who's the second. So who's going to be opening bowling for FGC Warri? Usually they have, it's the usual traditional opening bowler. Taking control of the field today is the veteran himself. Showing you could do me the honors by mentioning his name.
Former captain of Nigerian national team, a one-time team manager of the female team.
One time or still the team manager?
Well, no game yet. So let's leave it as at last year, he was still the team manager of the female Yellow Greens. I mean the senior national team, and I'm talking about Obu Omoigi. Has got so much experience. So we wait to see what happens at the end of the day. In all honesty, looks like FGC short of a bit of quality, but then I'm sure the other guys would want to hold their own.
It would be nice to see Obo actually take the field today to bowl. It will. Earlier in the first game, we saw Femi Sholebo bowl, and though he considered like 12 runs in one particular over, 15 runs, yes, 15 runs,
which looks better than what we saw from Oladunjoye Taiwo in his supposed last over. I mean, last over that won the game for Ibeju. Bimbo Adu had him for lunch.
20 runs in 5 balls, not even 6. 20 runs in 5 balls. That's really quite.
Talk about Bimbo Adu himself and Sulaimon Rushewe, who for me has been one of the bright spots of this year's league, and of course for Ibeju. Really did well, played not out, and they won convincingly by 9 wickets because they were chasing 89 runs. So it was just a smooth sailing.
First ball of this innings about to be bowled. So I'm trying to look at some few statistics in the last few games. GCI, chances of them winning if they bat first has been 50%, and this will definitely be a test for their batters, as the chances of FGC Warri batting first if they win the toss is 100. First ball is a white ball, as signaled there by umpire Femi Oduyebo. So matches won by GCI batting first has been on 80% tactics, 80%, and FGC Warri batting first we've not seen them win. FGC Warri also bowling first if they win the toss has been 0. So would this be a change for the side? Very well bowled there from the bowler. Victor Ipoli is the opening bowler for FGC Warri.
And you talk about Victor Ipoli, it was the shining spot in their last game against LACC, where he played 38 runs not out.
I'm sure you'll be asking yourself, why is Emmanuel Okudili not taking the gloves today?
Yeah, I think the wicketkeeper today is Selim. The wicketkeeper is Selim. Okudili decided not to keep the wickets, same as Muritala Falabi. Tunde
having a different feel today. Last time he opened the baton, he was all explosive, taking advantage of the first power play, but now he seems to be a little bit calm. So I'm looking at the batting lineup of GCI. You have Shewadeku coming in at probably 3 or 4, and you have Onikoye Ademola as well padded up. So there's every possibility that those two, 1 run taken there from Afrete and Tunde Ayinde.
You talk about the batting lineup of GCI is being strengthened. When you see have players like Dayo Gumbayo who can do some magic on his day. You got Onikoyi, you got Vincent Adewoye. No place for Tayo Toloye. Tayo did not play well the last game,
but took some catches.
Yeah, Onikoyi too did not play well last week, same as Vincent Adewoye. But unfortunately, former captain of the national team, I'm talking about Joshua Yonaike, is not available for today's game. But he had a very good partnership.
Yeah, had a very good partnership last week.
He had a very good partnership with Tunde Ayinde. And one thing of note also is GCI has not had a consistent opening batting. They've not had a consistent opening batting.
Yeah.
The only consistent person for their opening is Babatunde Ayinde.
3 whites has been bowled already. 3 whites have been bowled already today. Mr. Obo asking Femi Oduyebo which line is being used.
Victor Puli just needs to get his line and length well.
Pretty much high. And that brings us one more ball to be bowled. Femi Oduyebo was about to take a walk there.
Yeah, one day.
And raced all the way to the boundary for 4.
Yeah.
The first boundary of this innings.
Alfred.
Alfred creating a statement now, as that brings us to the end of the first over. A total of 8 runs. And now you could see there FGC Warri having a discussion, not the way they would have wished for it to start. Emmanuel and some key players of their sides having a quick discussion there. Who will be bowling the second over? I have a feel that's Ola Dunjoye coming into bowl from the wire end.
Well, they've got some decent bowlers also.
Hey, stop that.
Oguntoke is still there.
You know about that?
You have Olowokere now going to be bowling.
Yeah.
His younger brother.
Aosomi is not available. Okpeyemi.
Looking at the FGC Warri team, it seems like just a makeshift team. Maybe most of the players were unavailable. And the funny thing was, Coach Ute, we thought was going to be playing, but isn't playing. Who came all the way from Edo.
Apparently, maybe for tomorrow's big game, we'll keep you up to speed about what's happening tomorrow. The home of cricket is back. It's going to be the reopening of the Tafawa Balewa cricket over. 12 wickets.
How does it feel like she'll return, taking cricket back to the home of cricket? Everybody knows home of cricket actually in Nigeria. Home of cricket is still Lords, arguably Lords.
Well, like we always say, you pride what you have. UK can say the home of cricket is Lords, but Australia will also tell you the home of cricket is Melbourne Cricket Ground.
MCG.
Yeah, so.
And our home of cricket is TBS.
Yeah, so the first ball was a white.
Beat the wicketkeeper down the leg side.
You don't want to be doing this. They're finding it hard to control the new ball. And someone will ask, having won the toss, what was the rationale for electing to field? Captain knows better.
Yeah, the captain knows better.
Manuel Okudili.
At this point in time, he'll be asking himself, what can he do just to firstly cut off the extras? That's what he needs. That's going to be his first priority. Played up in the air. Has Mr. Oboga staying underneath? Oh, he dropped that. That was right into his hand, but he dropped it. He went back, tried taking that, but that was dropped.
That was a simple catch. That was a simple catch, and the basics, you get under the ball and then you pick it. For me, that was an indisciplined shot from Alfred Tay. It's either you are going full or you just hold on. That was not necessary.
Yeah,
would have been out.
But he was lucky that Mr. Obomegwai was unable to hold that into his hands, even though he was right underneath the ball, but he was unable to hold it. Umpire just having a quick discussion there, and I think we can get on with the game.
It was a comfortable catch.
If he had taken that catch now, Afrete, just like you said, would have an indisciplined shot, would have been taking the long walk back to the boundary.
Definitely.
Umpire still having the discussion.
Umpire Femi Oduebo and Taiwo.
So the big question for me, Sean, is this: which team in the Division 1 can actually defeat the defending champion and defeat the defending champion Ibejuleke Cricket Club? They have now 4 games in 4. 4 wins in 4. Is there any team, do you think, that can actually spring up a surprise and make open that the league?
Well, if we all agree that cricket is biscuits and nobody can break biscuits into 2 equal halves, it all means that even the team you are projecting to beat them might not be the ones to beat them. It might just be an unfancied team. But it's too early. They are top favorites, but early days. But if there's any team that definitely will give them a run for their money, it just has to be Government College by the Old Boys. That first game for me generated so much buzz, generated so much hype, but unfortunately I saw a GCI that was incomplete. And so on a day where we have the full complement of players, I'm sure we're going to have a very, very interesting game. But take nothing away from Ibeju. They are defending champion, 4 out of 4. Not Dr. C 10 over 10, but give it to them.
A lot of people have said it that on paper, Ibeju is arguably the 3rd best team in the world, in the country, but on paper as well, GCI has a formidable squad that can actually break open any side. But in terms of playing as a unit, Ibejuleke has it all. From the batting department to the bowling department to the fielding department, Ibejuleke has it all. But on paper, Government College by the Old Boys actually just have players, not a team.
Well, players that can also help a team sometimes. You know, the game of cricket, it's a team game, but some persons will decide to say, I take the game by the scruff of the neck. I decide to wrestle this game from defeat, from the jaws of defeat,
yeah,
and then bring it to victory. So it's all good. We keep our fingers crossed, but as we speak, Ibeju are just the team to beat. But back to the game.
Very well played there from Afrete. Looking solid here, found the gap and made that go all the way to the boundary for 4. Alfred playing calmly, ensuring that he has this innings under control. The big question is, would GCI be able to hold on to this game for 10 overs and then before they start going to explode? Second boundary in this innings. Very well bowled there from Olowokere. 2 balls to be bowled. I'm looking at the field set right now. Sorry, apologies. Sheon Ajidagba. I don't know why I'd always mix your name up with always Sheon Odeko. Sheon.
Yeah.
The only difference is AO. Yours is Ajidagba. His name is Odeko.
And the AO signifies my name.
Played up in the air. Would that be taken? Yes, it is. Lovely catch there.
Lovely catch.
Good catch there.
Lovely catch.
That catch is, to me, it might probably be the catch of the week. Right behind him.
Yeah.
He
went around the ball. And
yeah.
to think that this was the same person when they were having a practice session, it wasn't looking so convincing in terms of how he was going for the balls. But that was a brilliant catch. That was a brilliant
catch from him. Definitely a very good catch, and not the kind of starts GCI will be looking forward to. Afrite has just been gone. Now you have Onikoya Ademola coming in.
So Afrite he got out of jail. Afrite got out of jail because he seems like the guy that can take on these bowlers.
Yeah.
During this power play, but unfortunately, this is the same Afrite that was given a second chance by
Mr.
Obomoegi.
Yeah.
And he was just playing those balls up, and he has those strokes, but unfortunately, this was one stroke.
Yeah. Just like you said earlier, before that, when he played that towards Mr. Obo, played it very, very unorthodox like.
I think they can't hear us. I need to check the frequency.
Onikoya Ademola is the new batter in. Tony Ayinde playing that on the ground towards. Playing down, and that brings us to the end of the over.
Mr. Femi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
End of the over, Seun.
Yep.
GCI are 19 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. That should definitely be a wide ball.
As clear as daylight.
Question now is, who would Emmanuel Okudili be bringing in to bowl from the other end? Victor is the one now bowling his second over. First, just the same way he started the first over, bowled the wide. Very well bowled this time, keeping it low, fourth stump line, forcing Tunde Ayinde not to be able to play the square cut shot. That looks more like an out volleyball being bowled. Well, what I would have expected Tunde Ayinde to do is just take the back foot, not take the trigger movement. Just take the back foot and slap behind if you want to play that, or you just go forward and play off the back foot. Second way, it's the same thing. He's playing too much on the front foot. All he needs to do, Seun, if I could tell him from here, I would just tell him, you know what, play with your back foot if you see those kind of balls. They are out volley balls, pretty much low.
Just play for the singles.
Exactly. Keep rotating the strikes and get above 150, which is technically defendable for them. Go very well bowled. 3 good dot balls now. Seems like Victor has actually returned back to his Pulling it pretty much well. Now single. Oh, that was close. Good call there from Onikoyi. Sending Tunde Ayinde back. That should be drifting down the leg. A good call there from Onikoyi. That's a good call there from Onikoyi. Found the advantage and took it up. Good running in between the wickets there for the two batters.
Well, at the moment, the joy for FGC is they've reduced the run rate a bit as compared to the first 2 overs.
Yeah, I'm probably guessing they were quite a little bit scared of the kind of team they had fielded, because this is not their usual first 11. That's just like I said, it's the conventional first 11, bringing in a lot of players in. Very well bowled there to Onikoyi. Had no answer there. Good length ball, high above his shoulders, high above his elbow, and he, as an experienced batter, decided to let that go. Third over being bowled, still 1 wicket, 21 runs.
And that of Alfred Tay, the wicket of Alfred Tay.
Very good catch there from the man. Just like you said, turned around. That's to every cricketer, that's the most difficult catch you can ever take. Turning around and taking such catches like that. But he did it firmly, held it well, and I'm sure that alone has actually brought back the morale for FGC Warri.
Definitely.
Olowo carry back into the attack from the EYR end.
They are currently in the 4th over, and they must take responsibility, the captain of the side.
They're doing pretty much well. I think the game plan for FGC Warri is basically bowl on the 4th stump. That's why if you really look at it, their extras has been on the 4th stump line. So I'm thinking the two bowlers now are actually now getting it all right back, with this ball being the very good ball. Very well bowled there. Oh, good call there. Oh, but good late pick up there. Tunde seems like he's really finding it a little bit hard to get off strike now. Onikoyi doing everything possible to ensure that he doesn't get run out. Last game he was unable to put a double figure. He was less than 10. So today he will be trying as much as possible to repeat what he did against Rocks Cricket Club, scoring a 50. And in this league we've only had 2 players score 50. Endurance Ofem last week scored a 53. Onikoyi scored a 56.
What about Vincent Adewoye?
Oh, apologies also. Vincent, yeah, I forgot, because Vincent's 50 was actually very much funny during that particular game. It was the same game Onikoyi scored a 50 that Vincent also scored a 50.
Appeal for LB, not given.
Doing it pretty much well here.
Hello, Kerry. Currently in the 4th over, and they are not taking advantage of the power play.
I think now at this point in time the batters are finding it difficult to now play the bowlers. The bowlers have found their rhythm back, and now what they are doing is they're trying to score the runs off every balls that are being played off bowled on the pads. So if the bowlers can stick to the fourth stump line, the third and the fourth stump line that they've been bowling, they would definitely be able to do it pretty more well. So what would you like people to know? What would you like people to know about the home of cricket that's going to be coming back alive tomorrow?
He's been out for 16 months, inactive, and we must say credit must go to the Federation. Credit must go to the Federation President, Mr. Uyapata, and his entire board for seeing this through. Just some 2 years into their administration, this is back and bigger and better. And tomorrow, it's a carnival-like situation. We're going to have a T20 game at 10 o'clock for ex-internationals and CCC players. I'll be telling you some of the names you should be expecting to see. And exactly 2:15 p.m. Nigerian time, the top over will be officially commissioned. And at 2:30, we're going to have players of over 50 years coming to play a T15 game to be handled by two veterans. One is Mr. Ewayenshaw, and the other one is Dr. Patrick Egbe. So we have Kome Agodo on one side, and of course, the other side, we have Kwesi Sego, the captain. We have players like Frank Barnaby, Akidentin,
and Mr. Uyapata,
you know, all getting to play.
Even Femi Sholebo and Mr. Obo who dropped the card.
Sholebo is not part of them. Asanka, who also rolled back the years.
How come Femi Sholebo was dropped?
No, Sholebo had an international engagement, so he will not be around. You should know that for the quality of cricket, Femi, I will read out the names of the guys that will be playing, but the quality of cricket Femi is playing is #1 sure pick.
So just before you start reading out the names, I was actually, Yemi and I in the first game were discussing Nigeria's present opening over 50 batter performing at that age is still Femi Sholebo.
Yeah.
Is it arguably the most experienced batter right now in the country still actively playing?
You can say that because of the league he's playing, but hey, the bowler is really bowling well. We'll tell you about the list, but the bowler is really playing well.
Yeah, definitely. He's bowling it properly, hitting the fourth stump deck, and doing it very well for FGCWCC. Still asking questions to Tunde Ayinde. White ball now. I think the game plan for FGCWCC is really working. I'm probably guessing they must have seen Tunde Ayinde's last game.
Yeah.
Maybe he was actually finding it difficult to play most of the shots on the offside, and that is what the strategy they have developed a lot to here. And if you could look at it properly, they have kept him on strike more than Onikoya Ademola. Now, very well played, but dropped by Oguntoke. Good stop there from the fielder. If Oguntoke had just taken one more step to his right, Tunde would have been caught.
But that was good bowling from Chiemele. Chiemele is an Igbo name, and that means God has won.
Now you're having the game gradually getting into an even balanced.
Well, we're asking the question before, but I think for now we are seeing that justifiably so for Okudili to have elected to field. We thought they didn't really have the bowlers to harass the batters of GCI, but
they're doing it positive. They're doing it very, very well. Sticking to the game plan. Keep bowling it on the fourth stump. Keep asking questions on the fourth stump, and it's technically been working for them, especially for the opening pairs of GCI, finding it difficult to play two shots: the back foot shot and the square cut shot.
Aside from the extras, they are really struggling. They are really struggling to get a foothold of what the guys of FGC are doing.
Played up in the air, but that is way above square. Would that go all the way to the boundary? Yes, it has. Very well played, but let me use your word, Shehu. Indisciplined shots.
Well, it could have been indisciplined if he was out, but his teammates will applaud him for scoring 4 runs. At least he needs those runs to galvanize confidence. He's been choked all through. He's not really held his own. There's been too many dot balls, which is not needed in a T20 game. But I'm sure this would relieve some confidence for him.
32 runs on board, ladies and gentlemen. 5 overs gone, 1 wicket.
That's about 6 per over.
Yes, please.
But they need to up the ante because if you do 6 per over for a 20 overs game, that should give 120.
120 runs.
But
So they need to take advantage of the power
that's
play.
that's not adequate. This is the 6th over.
Very well bowled by Olowokere to Onikoye Ademola. Now, the two difference here is this. The opening bowler from this end is bowling it on the 4th stump deck, forcing Tunde to play the 2 shots, like I said, backward, back foot stroke or square cuts. But every time they bowl to Onikoye, they bowl it deep into him, trying to get the yoker length, which means the game plan of Emmanuel Okudili is actually to bowl differently to the two different batters. Shots low, Onikoye played it pretty much early, but the difference now is he bowled it on the 4th stump shot.
Onikoye looked at himself like he just wanted to convert that shot to mid-wicket, but unfortunately could not get it.
That should be a wide ball. Yes, it is a wide ball.
I saw it from here.
We have someone all the way from Kaduna.
Yeah.
He came all the way from Kaduna for the unveiling of the home of cricket's turf, but he's here.
You can't be too sure, don't preempt him.
But that was what he told me in the morning. NSC,
Maybe he should come and tell us by himself.
just a single still taken.
Yes, we have former technical director of Nigerian Cricket Federation, one of the most respected umpires in Nigeria and in Africa. He was part of the umpires at the regional final of the International Cricket Council World Cup Africa qualifier in Rwanda, Kigali. Great to have Mr. Dairu Enesi here. Former cricketer also. He's got the height, yeah, with his balls and the way he plays. But Dairu, it's a pleasure having you in Lagos.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys. You're doing a great job here. Abayomi, Sheung, you're doing a great job.
Well,
I'm happy to be here. Well, I was invited by the president of the Nigeria Cricket Federation, Mr. Uyakpata, to experience tomorrow's unveiling of the home of cricket. Yeah, from concrete to tough pitch, which is for me an amazing achievement. We've been trying to get, and of course, you know the history now.
Yes.
We've been trying to get that concrete pitch to a tough pitch for God knows how long. But here we are today. Tomorrow we are making history.
So we all know who Dairu Enesi is, but for those who are viewing this match, some might not know who Dairu Enesi is. We know he's one of the most respected umpires in Africa. You know, when you are working with the likes of Lowe and Odiambo and all of them, then it means you are highly rated. What function will Dairu be occupying tomorrow? Is it an onlooker? Will he be an umpire? What role are you playing tomorrow?
Like I said earlier, I've been invited
Yes.
to experience the unveiling tomorrow. So I will just, sit down and look at what is happening. Well, I can't say for now. If I'm called up to do anything contributory to the event, I will gladly do so. Like I'm very passionate about umpiring. So if I'm not umpiring tomorrow, be sure that I will be observing the umpires tomorrow.
Dairu, let me quickly take you back to Rwanda, Kigali.
Yeah.
You were at the Integrated Regional Polytechnic College, IPRC.
Yeah.
You were at the Gahanga Cricket Stadium, and we're proud of you that one of our own was invited to be part of that competition. How was the umpiring experience for you?
Yes, it was an awesome experience. You think you know things, and then when you get in the midst of people who are more experienced, who are more knowledgeable than you, you become a learner. But that's But that said, my mentor umpire Sean George actually gave a good commendation about me and other umpires that were in Kigali, which for me is a good achievement. I've learned a lot, and I can't wait to just dish out the knowledge to our umpires here in Nigeria. It was an absolutely good experience for me.
Fantastic, and I'm sure on a consistent basis you share umpiring knowledge to a lot of people. When you look back, how many people has Dairu Enesi mentored?
Yeah. I have a list of umpires under me that I'm mentoring. I can proudly say that the first female umpire that umpire the international event between Nigeria and Sierra Leone is one of my mentees, who is here at the moment. Yeah, exactly.
An ICC level 1 umpire.
Oh, exactly. So I have so many of them all over Nigeria. I just love talking about umpiring to people who want to learn. It's one thing for you to want to dish out what you know. It's another thing for somebody who is passionate to learning about it. So it's easier like that when the two people work together. So I have, give or take, about 20 umpires under my mentorship.
And I'm sure it will be your dream to see that we have a considerable number of them being invited by ICC to come officiate.
Absolutely.
Dairu, you are looking at this game now. What do you make out of it? Let's bring you back to the league.
Well, I tell people that Lagos, that is the home of cricket, don't know what they actually have, because some of us that are somewhere else that are not playing leagues, we always lose out. Just coming here and watching two teams slugging it out in the field of play is an amazing thing to me. But coming to what is happening here, well, I know some of the players in both teams, and if you're asking me where the pendulum will swing, I'll tell you cricket is biscuit. I'll tell you, but on paper, seems GCI are cruising.
Everybody keeps saying on paper. I just need to know. Pick a side, Dairu. Just pick a side.
Well, if you're asking me my favorite side, not based on performance, just my favorite side, I have to be hard to pick because I have players on both teams that I love.
He's so political about his statement.
No, but you have to give it to Dairu. Dairu is one of the most intelligent cricketers that we have in Nigeria. But
he's playing as an umpire. No, just not playing as an umpire. Play as Dairu right now.
Dairu, quick one. Yeah. As an umpire, you saw matches.
Yeah.
And then, even if you are not privileged to see Nigeria's game because the rule does not allow you to do so, but you heard about Nigeria's exploit, and you know that the way to go in the world now is T20.
Yeah.
How can we take our T20 game to that height where we saw the likes of Alisha, the likes of Alex Odiambo, the man from Kenya who eventually emerged as the best batter. Alisha, I saw him play. You know, so these other guys from the other countries who are playing some amazing cricket, what do you think we can do? Because I think we have that talent to compete favorably at that level.
I think first of all, we need to change our approach. Our approach to T20 is still liking to the approach we use in 50 overs. Without mincing words, yes, no doubt we've got the talents, we've got the players, but the approach going into T20 is totally different. When you compare Nigeria and Uganda or Kenya or these southeastern the East African nations, you notice one thing. They go into the game to say, okay, I'm going to hit them for 6 or I get bowled, whatever comes. And again, secondly, I'm saying in the league, the first match I watched, they don't make use of the power play perfectly. When you talk about Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, watch them. I'm sure you watch them.
Yes.
They make most of their runs within that first power play. You know, so I mean, we've got to get our mentality right when it comes to T20. We've got to know how to use our power play perfectly, and I'm sure we'll get there.
And I'm sure that because you are already there and you want to still get up there, you are hoping and praying that we take advantage of some of these things that you have itemized. Yes. We'll still come back to you, Dairu.
Thank you very much.
But hey, it's a pleasure having our very own Dairu Enesi, former technical director of the Nigerian Cricket Federation, one of the top umpires in Africa.
Thank you.
Like I said, was part of those who did great things. We're proud of him in Rwanda, Kigali, for the World Cup qualifier. And like he said, I have 20 mentees. Yes. When you have 20, it means that going forward, you should be looking at 20 umpires who will be strutting their stuff for ICC.
By the grace of God.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot, guys.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
we'll still definitely get to hear more from him. But
sure.
It seems as if about me, the guys from GCI are gradually getting out of jail.
Yeah, they are gradually getting out of jail. Onikoyu and Tunde Ayinde doing perfectly well, executing every single ball being bowled at them. Now that seems like they are beginning to understand the game plan FGCWCC has for them, and now they are beginning to attack all the balls being bowled on the offside, and they are making sure that they have they start rotating the strikes and start making sure that they count every ball, and ensure that they have still maintain the same run rate, which is still 5 runs per over. And now they are 47 for 1 after 7 overs. So just like we've always been saying, the power play needs to be utilized. I've seen at the international level, there's a competition in UAE known as the T10, where it's either you're scoring above 100 or you're scoring less than 70. That's what the international guys used to say. And the last T20 World Cup, we've seen that the last 10 overs of every game or every inning has produced above 110. Highest has been 120 by New Zealand against Pakistan. That has been the highest in that competition. But here in Nigeria, the first 10 overs has been less than 50 and the last 10 overs has been less than 30. So it means that we still need to have a different approach towards utilizing the first power play and utilizing the last 10 overs of every game.
5-1 now after the 4 runs.
51 runs. 51 runs on board.
5-1.
7 overs gone, 1 wicket down. Change of bowling for FGCWCC. Now they are coming with the option of spin, trying to see how they can cut down the run rates. With the way I'm looking at it, it seems like Emmanuel Okudili might be taking the gloves very soon.
Yeah.
Change of bowling for FGCWCC. change of bowling for FGCWCC.
Yeah, and of course, after 7 overs, they are on 51 runs. That's 7 runs per over. It's jumped up again. And we wait to see what Ogunteke brings to the table.
One run taken.
No, forget about it.
This game is closely watched by a lot of people here, a lot of fans from FGCWCC and also GC Government College Ibadan Old Boys fans as well, who couldn't make it to the field. Onikoyi Ademola playing that down. Very well bowled there from Femi Oguntoke. Fourth stump kept it low, using advantage of the field. Onikoyi still in there. GCI will be happy with what they have, having still 9 wickets at hand, even before the 10th over. As that raced all the way to the boundary for 4, no picked up there by Samad, thrown back immediately. You're doing it pretty much well. At this rate, it seems like FGCWCC will be trying to, as much as possible, to keep it quiet.
Oh, missed opportunity there from Babatunde Ayinde.
So they will be asking themselves questions. So the question now is, what approach would GCI's batters have in the last 10 overs? If these two batters can stay there to the 12th over, it means that the rest of the 9 wickets they will be having will be to explode and start hitting the fences. End of the over from Femi Oguntoke.
Yeah, better bowling from Femi Oguntoke. Ensuring that the run rate is reduced. Just 3 runs was scored in that over, and that's good from a spinner.
Yeah, definitely, which is a good start for him. This is the first over that GCI has played below their required run rates. This is the first time they are playing 3 runs. Who's coming into bowl? Still the same bowler.
Well, getting acquainted with that name, but I'm sure the batters are not getting acquainted with the bowling. Chien Melim, which means in Igbo language, God has won. Will his bowling win? Remains to be seen.
Did I hit his tummy or did I hit his abdomen? Okay, that's his tummy there. He's okay. What are the statements done by Chiemele?
Chiemelim.
Melem.
Yes, God has won. So I'm sure you should come for more classes, more tutorials from me.
For names, yeah. You're very good at calling names, especially when you have to call the full names of the likes of the NTF president or the Nigerian national coach, who has very, very long names.
Well, so people say that a lot, but I just keep telling them that it is what the profession requires. If you really want to succeed in broadcasting, you need to properly pronounce people's names well. But again, the rule says if you are in doubt, you leave out.
Yeah.
And one of those rules is, for some of my colleagues, if you cannot pronounce those full names correctly, just pronounce the one that you are comfortable with. And that's just the simple one of the national team coach. For instance, his name is Deshabandu Asanka Pradip Gurusinya. So if you don't know it, just leave it as a Sanka.
I prefer just calling him Asanka. I think even in the World Cup, when he was playing, I was watching some of the clips. He was just called Asanka.
Yeah.
Because everybody were asking themselves, who pronounces such a very long name like that? And the same thing as Mr. Uyi. You have this way you call him Mr. Uyi Osa.
His name, that is for you not to be in trouble. You can call him Mr. Akpata,
okay,
or you can call him Mr. Uyi. But his real names are Mr. Uyosa Nosawaru Akpata.
So the question I ask is this: is that name all together? Because I'm wondering how they are different names. Oh, okay.
Uyosa is different from Nosawaru, and Akpata is the surname.
Ooh, Onikoyi was hoping to play that above Mr.
Oh, lovely stop!
Good stop,
Lovely stop from
Oladunjoye.
Oladunjoye. Lovely stop! Lovely stop!
Onikoyi and Tunde Ayinde beginning to settle down and taking the bowlers one after the other.
Yeah.
And they're doing it perfectly well.
They needed that run rate. I overheard their, I don't want to call him team manager, but Mr. Adebola Ogushina, who coincidentally will be playing tomorrow, also talk about 190 runs. There's no team that has scored 190 on this ground. Oh.
That
Lovely.
was a perfect ripper there.
Yeah.
Perfect ripper. And I'm not quite surprised when Onikoyi has just been bowled with that type of ball, because that was what Olowokere and this older bowler, Chie Mele,
That's the guy who got this wicket.
Yeah.
Chie Mele
has been bowling to Onikoyi, dipping it down into his legs and ensuring that he has no response to it. And now GCI has just lost their second wicket, which is Onikoyi Ademola. And now
you know how these things play out, and to think that the man who has been the surest to score the runs was the one who lost his wicket.
Yeah.
And Tunde Ayinde is still standing is a bit surprising.
Not really quite surprising. Tunde Ayinde would know that he has to play the captain's innings if he wants his team to put up any huge total. And now you have Shehu Odeku, who in the last game could not even score double figure as well.
Shehu Odeku in the last game, the statistic was
I don't know, you'd say it in full. Duck.
was a duck. Was a duck.
I think it was a 3 or 4 balls that he faced.
Yeah, and for Onikoyi in his last game, because this is a much better performance, in his last game he just scored 6 runs.
Yeah.
Their top performer was Isaac Okpe. Sylvester is still out injured. The younger brother and the captain of the national team of Nigeria. They still got batters like Adeburu, Dayo Gumbayo. There is still Okpe. You know, so they still have a decent team. All they just need to do is to continue to score the runs.
Shehu Odeku is the new batter in.
Shehu Odeku.
Chie Mele looking for ways to ask questions now. Shehu Odeku will be looking to score runs and not score duck.
Yeah.
Like he did the last time. Now, Mr. Obo.
His first game against Ibeju wasn't good.
A good start from Shehu, taking advantage of that, being bowled to his pads and sending that down to mid-wicket for a single.
And Shehu Odeku, in all honesty, is a fantastic batter. As in, when you talk about one of the finest cricketers Nigeria ever had, is Shehu Odeku. He thinks intelligently. His level of cricket knowledge is amazing. From the way he bowls, the way he bats, and to think that myself and Odeku have been friends from secondary school days when he was playing for King's College. You know, played for several clubs, played for Cosmopolitan, played for KCOB. You know,
I think he played for FCC.
yeah, played for FCC.
Yeah.
Went to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Fantastic cricketer, and once played for Nigeria also.
Yeah, definitely. One played for Nigeria as well. And the good thing is, And the good thing is he's one of the selectors for picking players in the national team.
Well,
Femi
Shewandeko has been accorded so many responsibilities these days. He's also a member of the disciplinary committee of the Club Cricket Committee League. So more responsibility. Ogutoke turning the ball very well. Oh, that was 2 shots. And oh, shot. Lovely stop. Oh, Oladunjoye is doing a yeoman's job. Sparing the blushes of some of his bowlers who sometimes can be very, very funny.
Yeah, definitely sometimes can be very funny. And Shehu over the years have actually gone into the net to practice how to play spin, because he has had over the years difficulties with spin.
Will this go for a 4?
Oh, good stop there from Emmanuel Okudili.
Lovely from Okudili. Yeah, that was a captain's performance.
Emmanuel Okudili during his national days usually stays at covers.
Yeah.
And there was no ball that ever passes him by. A lot of players who played under him or with him would have said he's the only player that actually in every game has bruises and would still go back to the field the following day.
Yeah. Strong at heart. Back to the cricket pitch. What's wrong with what Femi is doing? He seems not to be getting that short 2 runs, comfortable 2 runs, comfortable. They need to take advantage of this
the flight.
Yeah.
This is more like if at the pitch that you're using, that's the strip they're using, it's more like a spinner strip. But now with what you're doing, they're actually just tossing the ball and just bowling it all around, which is Shehu over the years, just like I said before this over, that his statistics with spin has been very, very terrible. Not really terrible, but he has really struggled with playing spin. But now he's feeling much comfortable with it. Shehu, you want to take it over from here?
Not taking over necessarily, but after the 10th over, they are on 67 runs for loss of 2 wickets. And let's see Isaac Olowokere.
No. Isaac.
No, that's not Isaac Olowokere.
We're the best.
Well, well, the Isaac you are seeing is the Isaac that is expected to play tomorrow. Part of the players selected for the CCC League who will be playing against the ex-internationals.
Yeah, he will be playing against the ex-internationals. Now he's coming in with Spain. Now I think the option of using Spain by FGCWCC seems to be paying off as the run rates are beginning to get reduced. Very well bowled there, straight into his bat, not letting him play. That's a fuller length ball, dipping into his pads. Our volley this time outside the foot stump. That's outside the off stump. Second dot ball. Now dragged, but no run there. Oladunjoye preventing a run.
I've seen Oladujoye severally, and Oladujoye looks like one of the best fielders in the league. Nothing gets past him. Really tormenting the batters. Isaac tormenting the batters.
Is that a catch? Not given by umpire Femi Odeyebo. And that should bring us to the end of the over. That's the 11th over, if I'm correct. 6, just 1 run played in that particular over. Very well bowled there by Isaac.
No wonder he was selected.
Very well bowled. 11 overs gone, 68 runs, 2 wickets. Now we're going into the last 9 overs of this innings. GCI will be looking forward to score above 120 because they have the wicket at hand. So at this point in time, I'm sure you'll be telling yourself, if you happen to be the batting coach, you'll be telling the 2 batters, you know what guys, we can't end this game with just 8 wickets at hand. We need to start exploring and taking our advantage, which is what...
And that's what is expected of... that's what is expected of Ayinde, the captain of the side. They need to start hitting the boundaries. They need to start scoring the runs. No more dot balls. No more dot balls. Nothing short of an 8 runs per over. And Isaac, that's white ball. Finally, he declared it.
Took him a lot of time. I thought
took him a while to declare that. That was a white ball. So that's 5 runs of just 1 ball.
Oh, very well fielded there from the man that covers, preventing that from going.
And for every time we see Tunde going back to play, it seems he lacks the backward defense. Oh,
misfield there.
Misfield there. That should
in.
have been 2 runs, but hey, lovely fielding. First run was bad.
Not fast.
Not
No,
fast.
let's be a little bit friendly here. Not so bad, but not fast. Just like we say in cricket, no matter the format
what
you
I
play.
mean is bad because of how they ran that.
That should be a white ball. Yes, it is declared there by umpire Taiwo Oladunjoye.
And that's what the spinner does for you. They have longevity in a game of cricket, and they also hasten overs.
Yeah.
While you see the pace bowler delay for their long run up, they augment for it as quickly as possible, because ideally the first innings in any T20 game is 1 hour 30 minutes.
Yes, definitely 1 hour 30 minutes.
And once you don't work within that time frame, is your captain that suffers for it.
Yeah, but the new international laws now says that if you do not bowl your required overs within the required time frame, when you'll be restricted to 4 fielders outside, and then you won't be able to use the required 5 fielders outside. Femi Oguntoke still bowling. Down towards mid wicket. Is that taken? Yes, it is. Simple catch there at the boundary. Do not hesitate. Waited for the ball. It was the shorter side of the boundary, but Shenwa Deku did not play that off the middle of the bat. He played that casually, and now he's going to feel a little bit disappointed with himself as he takes that walk back to the GCI dugout. Tunde Ayinde now will be asking himself, should he now go all attack now, as he has two good batters now that can actually hit the balls well for him. Vincent is coming in now, and definitely after Vincent would be Isaac Okwe. So I'm sure right now the batting discipline will be that, you know what, Isaac, do not lose your wicket. Sorry, apologies, Vincent, do not lose your wicket, but start going after every single ball. Shehu, you were about to say something?
Definitely, this is one versatile cricketer that I'm also loving at the moment. Highly intelligent, Vincent Adewoye. Yes, his international debut in Uganda wasn't the best, but take nothing away from this man. He's vastly intelligent, and on his day, he can wreck a team. So they need to take advantage. His first assignment will be against Isaac Oyengba. His last game, not what he envisaged. He had just 9 runs, but he hopes he can replicate what he did on his debut, and that was
a quick 50.
Yeah.
73 runs, ladies and gentlemen, 3 wickets down. Played up, is that cut and bowl? Yes, it's cut and bowl. Played up in the air by Vincent. Cut and bowl. That's a lovely catch there from the bowler. Cut and bowled. Joe, you look perplexed. After so much praises you've given him, you didn't expect that to have happened.
His first game against Rocks was a real game.
Thank you.
But his second game, he scored 9 runs, and that was against his former team, Government College Ugeli. But today, against another government team, he played out a duck. First, an actual fact, not just a duck, but a golden duck.
1 ball, 1 wicket. Now you have Isaac Okwe.
They will rely so much on him
to score the runs for them.
They will rely so much on him to score the runs. Let's see what happens at the end of the day. But Isaac is really doing well, and that was as cool as we like. I'm sure Vincent will be livid with himself.
I'm quite wondering what made him pop that ball up, because that was a shot of a good length ball. Vincent on a normal day would have actually sent that over the bowler's head and straight over the side screen. But today, I don't know what he was thinking of to just probably popped that up. Maybe he didn't judge the flight of the ball properly.
Definitely.
Or something. Now you have Isaac.
Miscalculation.
Isaac is on strike now. Played back foot.
Good stop from captain.
So there's this story, or there's this rumor that has it that at the international level, every time Emmanuel Okudili goes down to the floor, it's more like that's the end of him for that particular tournament.
Well, it was said by a former teammate. And so I think he should know better. And I'm talking about Leke Oyede, who has now been given an assignment with the national team in a consultancy role. So he came up to say, hey, I played with Okudili. If Okudili goes down and he gets injured, he really comes up.
Very well played there from Tunde Ayinde, still maintaining the captain's innings. Hasn't lost his wicket, hasn't lost his composure. Doing pretty much well. And they're doing everything possible to ensure that he has a very good run.
Well, he did better than what he did in their last game. In their last game, he scored 22. Now he's on 30.
That's Tunde Ayinde
Yep.
playing the captain's role.
Started poorly, but now they need these guys to be there for the next 5 overs.
I don't think they need them to be next 5
I
overs.
said they need these 2 batters.
Oh, all right.
Especially Isaac Okwe, on his day he can wreck it in.
Isaac, very well played there, pushing it to the man Oguntoke at covers for just 1 run.
Yeah, they need all these things at the moment because, like we always say, singles wins matches. You don't need those boundaries at the moment because Ascendancy is now with FGC. Before it was with GCI. So these guys need to keep their wicket, especially Isaac. Not to say there are no other batters. You still got Adeboro, you know, a left-handed batsman. You still got Dayo Gumbayo, you know. So the honest truth is these guys must bat with so much discipline and keep their head.
Yeah. So 80 runs on board, 13 overs gone, 4 wickets still, Shehu.
Yeah, the wicket of Shion Deku, the wicket of Vincent, Alfred Tay, and of course Ademola
Onikoyi. Oguntoke back into the attack again.
And to think that he's still there, the captain of the side, still showing some responsibility.
Tunde Ayinde is already on 30.
Yes.
So he has 20 more to hit the 50. Short ball, but a little bit low. Isaac played that off the back foot. Picked up from the man along. Good running there by the 2 batters, taking advantage of the slow pick up from the man at long off.
That was a bit risky initially, I thought, but I think the first one was very quick. They need to take them on now. And as much as Femi is turning the ball, he's still giving some short balls that are capable of being sent to the boundary. But that was a better bowling.
Yeah, this time this was a good length ball. I think what he's trying to do is he knows Isaac Okwe is tall, so he's trying to force Isaac to go down to play most of his shots. But Isaac, being an experienced batter, knows what he's doing. Isaac is always going back to play the spinners. What he needs to do personally is, if you're going to do that, play with the back foot. Put your back foot across the ball and then just look for the space. This is what he watched. Yeah. Chimeze, if I would give a good example. If Chimeze Owunzulike was here and is facing Oguntoke, Chimeze would have probably thought, if you're bowling it this way, the man at square leg, which is Oladunjoye, which to most people will say is the slowest fielder on the field, you just push it for one there, and you have 2 fielders there at the back. But very well played now by good running by the 2 batters.
That was misfielding.
So just like I was saying, Shehu, you have at mid wicket and at square leg Oladunjoye, Dimeji, and Obo, who are technically more like 2 fielders on the side. So if a batter like Chimeze Owunzulike, all he needs to do is just walk across the line.
Why are you making it look like Chimeze has not failed his team before?
Well, he has. Yeah. So but if I'm going to put it over 100, him failing the team has been less than 10%, and him winning the games for his team has been 90%.
So I disagree with that statistics. You bring out your stats. You bring out the stats to back it up. His first game was against FGC, if I'm not mistaken. How many runs?
I think 35 or 40.
Isaac Oyemba.
Isaac Oyemba back into the attack now.
Yeah. So this conversation is not about Chimeze. Take nothing away from him.
He's a very good batter.
Yeah, he's playing for Rising Stars and they're rising.
Currently second on the table.
Yeah. They've played just 2 matches. Oh, that's the shot. That's the shot. They've played just 2 matches and they've won their 2 matches. So if they win the next 2, you want to say that they might just be topping the league.
No, they wouldn't, because Ibeju just won today. So Ibeju has played more games.
Ibeju winning today makes it their 4th game.
Yeah.
So if they win their next 2 games and Ibeju does not play, they might be joint top.
Yeah.
Or they would go ahead of
Ibeju.
Based on net run rate.
Yeah, but right now they are currently 2nd on the table. So it means that both sides, if Rising Star wins tomorrow, and it means that both sides, that is Ibeju and Rising Star, have a 100% record in this current league, which means if we're going to have a cracker, is going to be between Rising Star Cricket Club and Ibeju Lekki Cricket Club.
That game tomorrow is in the morning. They are playing against Government College Ugeli, and that's what looks like a winnable game for them. It looks like a winnable game for them. But I'm sure it won't come easy, because Government College Ugeli are also a very stubborn side.
Yeah, definitely. Oladujoye seems to be limping. Is he okay?
Looks like not okay.
He's humping on one leg.
Yeah, and the captain has gone on to... But he's telling the captain not to worry.
Thinks he still wants to go on.
Yeah, that if he has to do it playing through pain, we need to make the sacrifice for the team.
Yeah. Very well played there from Tunde Ayinde. Now playing the captain's role.
Yes.
But the question is, he needs to keep rotating the strike now.
And that's what the 2 of them are trying to do. From one Isaac to another Isaac. Who wins the battle of the Isaacs? Is it the bowling Isaac or the batting Isaac?
Very well played by Isaac Okwe, pushing it to 3rd slip for a single.
These 2 just need to be there for the next 4-5 overs, and then they would be fine. 120 is not really a good score based on what we know that this team can also do. You know, when you have guys like Obo, and you see have players like Okudili, and don't rule out some of these other guys. Hey, it might be a very, very interesting game. And we've come to the end of
15th over.
The 15th over. And the guys are on 93 runs. Let's see what they make out of the next 5 overs.
Chiemele back into the attack. Coming in from you're still the only person that has made me understand that end there, the Iwaya end.
Well, so you could do it in 2 phases. That place is close to Iwaya. That place is close to the 2nd gate of Unilag.
Okay.
So we don't know which one to pick. But the 2 batters have requested for an helmet.
Yeah. Personally, to those of us who like Amala, we'll say it is close to Yamoria's end.
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of what you're talking about.
I'm sure you know.
He's back.
No run there. Chiemele back into the attack. First ball is a dot ball. Now it will be good to see Chiemele bowl to Isaac Okwe.
Yeah.
Tunde Ayinde has been struggling to play him since he started bowling from the first half of this innings. So if I were Tunde, what I would have done is just push for a single and allow Isaac to Isaac to take strike since he's a new batter and probably have the strength to play pace bowlers. Now, very well played there by Tunde Ayinde. Is that 1 run? Yes, just one
Just
run.
one run.
Oladunjoye, who at first we thought had a scare off his full. Very good throw there.
That was very good throw.
Just like I was saying, Oladunjoye that we thought had a scare with his leg was the one who chased that ball now.
And chased it down very well. They need to take advantage. We are currently in the 16th over. This is 16.2.
15.2. Yeah, 15.2.
15.2.
Oh, very well bowled there from Chiemele. Isaac Okpe having a smile there. I'm sure he will be asking himself, if you bowl it there to that end again, probably will play square cuts and beats Mori, who's at backward of point.
And the interesting thing about him is the shaking of the head could mean two things.
Oh, he just bowled him a perfect Yorker length ball. Very well bowled there from Chiemele. First one was outside the off stump over him, and the second one now was deep into him, which is perfectly bowled there by Chiemele. Isaac Okpe. Joe, you were about to say something before that happened.
The gesture from Isaac was two things. The nodding of the head was, okay, so you throw that again, I'm going to discipline you, or you would go into bat, Chiemele, and I'm going to do same to you. But guess what? The first battle has been won by the lad. Chiemele, fantastic bowling. First one, he didn't see it. Second one was a last-hit Malinga style Yorker into his legs. He had no option than to just walk back to the pavilion. And in comes Adeboro.
An experienced opening batter, but has been put down the order to number 6. Apologies, number 7. And GCI at 93 for 6. After 15.3 overs.
And what we saw from Isaac Okpe in the last game, where he scored 31 not outs, is not the same we are seeing today. Less than 15 runs.
15 runs, yeah, you're right,
so,
Joe.
And then sit up.
Back to the game. Last ball to be bowled. Ooh, very good call there from Sheun. Adeboro was quite lucky. He would have played that onto his thumbs, but he was quite lucky there that did beat his wicket, and that brings us to the end of the over.
16 overs.
5 wickets. And
So the 5 wickets in that order. The first wicket that we saw was the wicket of Avrete, the wicket of Onikoyi, the wicket of Odeku, the wicket of Vincent, and the wicket of Isaac Okpe. The two batters currently are Sheun Adeboro and Tunde Ayinde. Coincidentally, these two used to be their opening batters.
Yeah, this two used to be the opening batters. So it's more like now you're having two opening batters playing together again. And GCI at 95. Tunde Ayinde is currently on 33 runs, playing pretty much well, keeping his end and ensuring that he plays a very good captain's innings here. Isaac of Federal Government College Warri back to bowl from the football field end. Isaac Oyengba coming in to bowl the last over. This is his last 6 balls in this innings. Adeboro have this to contend with. Should that be a wide ball? Yes, it is a wide ball as declared there by umpire Femi Oduyebo. So Adeboro has made his intention clear to Isaac. If you bowl the balls on towards his part or shots, you're definitely going to be fetching it at the boundary. So what the question is, what would Isaac's response be now? Very well bowled there. Ooh, misfield there by Emmanuel Okudili. Didn't pick that up immediately, even though he went down. If he had picked that up, Tunde Ayinde would have been taking the walk back to the boundary.
He took a risk, and the risk paid off.
First ball of his last over for Isaac is 1 run. Now Tunde Ayinde on strike. Very well played there by Tunde Ayinde. Just 1 run taken. Good, very well played, driven down the line.
Good pick up from Chiemelim,
preventing the second one from being taken. Good sprint from him, from the rope right here in front of us. Picking up right there, as you can see, that you saw earlier. Adeboro played some massive 6s last game. Would he be able to play those 6s again? 1 run.
Can they do 2?
Oguntoke picks up the ball. I think they should have gone for the second one there.
Lovely throw.
Yeah, I think they should have gone for the second one there. Oguntoke did hesitate at first there to either run into the ball or just wait for it, and eventually he did wait for it. And the batters could only take 1 run.
Adeboro 15 runs last game.
Now he's already on 4. Tunde Ayinde misjudged that ball. He shouldn't have gone back to play that shot. He should have stayed forward all through, but his leg stump has just been dislodged, and now he has just been bowled by Isaac, and the captain's innings for Tunde Ayinde has just ended, and he would be applauded by his teammates and even spectators, as you can hear from the commentary box as the claps are being given to him. But the big question is,
but the clap could be in 2 folds. Are they clapping for Ayinde's innings, or they are clapping for the bowling of Isaac?
I'm probably guessing it's going to be for Ayinde's innings. If he had not stayed there to score 33, they would have been less than 96 now.
And in comes another batter that has got heart. Dayo Ogumbayo.
No, that's Monday.
Oh, sorry,
That's
Monday Elijah.
Monday on a Saturday.
Yeah, you're right.
Monday Elijah. Oh, we called it together at the same time.
Because I needed it for correction purposes.
Six wickets down, ladies and gentlemen.
As it seems, he's not certain of a 130 anymore.
Yeah, you're definitely right, Joe. It doesn't look like we're going to be getting a 130. The highest we might probably get might be a 115, but we never can say. There could be some explosive explosive overs later on. And that's the end of the 17th over. Showing the last 3 overs, 18 balls to be bowled in this innings. "17 overs gone, 6 wicket down, 99 runs for GCI, beg your pardon, for Government College Ibadan Old Boys Cricket Club. Isaac Olowokere coming back into the attack from the wire end now. He will be bowling to YISHAWU Adeboro. A quick consultation there from FGC Worry.
So he came there to mark the middle stop for the next person.
So we're coming in next after this.
No. He went on.
After marking the place, we still come back.
No, he came back the center for the next.
With this discussion being taken, the discussion was to change bowler, and yes, they just did it.
This looks like Ipoli returning.
Yes, please, that's him
Victor Ipoli.
coming back from the wire end or the Unilag second gate end.
Yeah.
Would he be able to repeat what he did? Would he be able to repeat what he did in his second over when he bowled from the football field end? But here he has a new batter, YISHAWU Adeboro, to bowl to.
And that means he needs to bowl on the offside.
Yeah.
Not on the leg
not
side.
Not on the leg side. Since
Because any ball that beats Muri is going for 4.
Murray is currently at backward of square.
Yeah. So that means he needs to control his bowling.
Oh, shots of it. Emmanuel Okudili tried to take that catch, but that bounced 2 inches away from him.
For all the things Adeboro is trying to do, he's not been able to connect. He's not been able to connect. He's looking for the boundary. He's not gotten it.
He just needs to make sure that he sees the ball and play it into his bat.
Yeah.
Do not just swing your bat anyhow.
And Elijah also must understand that at this juncture, you don't need any dot balls. It's dangerous. And it's a strategy that will be working against the team.
100 runs now for GCI with that single being played by YISHAWU Adeboro. That's played off the path. Taiwo Ladunjoye nodding his head and giving the LBW. Elijah playing across the line. Playing across the line, and he has just lost his wicket as GCI now has lost their 7th wicket for 100 runs. Is FGC Worry strategy working now, Sheo?
Definitely.
At first we thought the strategy they had wasn't working because we weren't understanding what the bowlers were doing, but now we can see that it's actually working perfectly well for them. As the 7th wicket has just been lost, Elijah being bowled by Victor, and GCI 100 for 7 after 17.2 overs.
Elijah was just there like he wasn't there.
Yeah.
He was brought in there but didn't do anything. He did absolutely nothing. And I'm sure he'll be looking at himself that I let myself down and I let my team down.
Yeah. I don't know why he actually decided to play turning on his wickets when you know you were actually on your middle stump. All you needed to do was just open up your legs and then play it straight. The new batter in is Becky.
You tell me one name.
Becky is the new batter in there for Government College Ibadan Old Boys. He has Victor to contend with now. Pace bowler to a pace bowler.
Any GCI player, I will tell you their father's name. His own father is Abdul Malik. Becky.
Oh, very well bowled there. Dot ball, that is.
No, all of them are
Doing pretty much well.
so
Victor. Ensuring that no runs is considered. Now a quick change of field. Oh, okay, right now you have a right-hander. Now Emmanuel Okudele is setting the deep mid-wicket and bringing the man at extra covers forward to covers. So no protection at the back. Played up in the air. Who is that right underneath it? Muritala Folabi. He drops it. Oh, he was lucky. At first he fumbled, but he took that catch. You could see how Emmanuel Okudili is hugging him. If he had dropped that catch, he would have probably given Becky a second life. Becky, Shane, what do we call this? Golden duck or silver duck?
I think it's a silver because the first ball wasn't the ball that got him out.
Yeah.
He still blocked that ball. And for me, this is atrocious, shambolic, and poor.
Shane, I just need you to use it in a simple English.
This is an embarrassing performance from GCI. How do you capitulate? You knew where they were as at 60-something runs.
Yeah.
And so to think that you are now on 101 and you have lost about 8 wickets, as at 60-something runs, they were just
2 wickets down.
2 wickets down.
And now they're 101 or 100 and just 100 exactly. They're still on 100 for the loss of 8 wickets. You know, I'm sure FGC Warri will be happy with this right now because at first we thought GCI was going to score like a 150, 160, but FGC Warri came back strong after the third over and are doing it possible. Would we be seeing the second victory for FGC Warri if they're coming in to defend, if they are able to keep GCI under this 100, or would we be seeing GCI go all out to defend any total they put up on board?
Well, their last game, they played 98 runs, which was below 100. Their last game wasn't good at all. So, like we always say, no two games are the same. So we don't know what they will put up in the second innings. But like we always say, who they bowl the bat.
Yeah, who they bowl the bats. The new batter in is Dayo Ogunbayo, who has been a GCI player right from inception. Adeboro played. Ooh, that was close. If that had gone straight into the man that covers his hand, which is Emmanuel Olowokere, that would have been a run-out chance. And that brings us to the end of the 18th over. Just 1 run conceded in that over. Emmanuel Olowokere coming back into the attack from the football field end.
Yeah.
18 overs, ladies and gentlemen. 101 runs. It is
101 Dalmatian. So it was a good strategy from the captain and Obo to allow Victor to come from that end.
101 run. It is. A 101 run. It is. Now you could see experience, Shehu. 2 experienced cricketers, Emmanuel Okudili, who's the standing captain, and Mr. Obo as well, doing everything possible, and they will be happy with what they have done. Olowokere coming to bowl the 19th over. Would he be able to take a wicket in this over? The GCI's stockouts are currently worried about the runs they have.
Terrible performance from them.
Full toss, straight up in the air. Has that raced all the way to the boundary? Yes, it has. 4 runs. That is very well played there from Shehu Adeboro. Full toss ball to him, and he took it off the flight and raced all the way to the boundary for 4. Definitely the way GCI will be hoping that he continues in the last 11 balls.
For all what Victor tried to do, he couldn't get hold of that ball.
Is that a catch? No, that's safe. Victor picks it up again, but misfields. And 2 runs taken from the 2 batters there. Running in very fast. That's Isaac here on the pavilion.
Yeah, Onyegba.
Now
We saw what happened in the first game where the man who is the square leg umpire today was the captain of Rocks of Abeokuta and he considered 20 runs in 1 over. You don't want to see a repeat of what happened 2 weeks ago in Endurance of Fame.
YISHAWU Adeboro now is getting excited with those shots he's been playing. Now he's now trying to play across the line.
You know, Endurance of Fame, you saw what happened, and that was 1004 stars against LACC. Endurance All Stars.
I actually did speak to Endurance after that game, and he told me that he has bowled. He didn't know he was going to bowl the last over. Now played very well. That would race all the way to the boundary for 4. Yes, very well played there. 4 runs, that is. Adeboro has played 2 boundaries now, and 2 runs, giving him a total of 10 runs in 4 balls.
They need to score those runs.
Yes, they need to score those runs.
Amboro
is doing it perfectly well for them now.
They know that, okay, with the 120 might not be the perfect score, but it's more like a defendable run.
2 more balls, Olowo Kere. Very well played there by Adeboro again, but could only find Oguntoke, who's at deep mid wicket, and only 1 run conceded. Last ball to be bowled.
You will have loved that to go for a 4, but unfortunately it didn't happen.
Very good field placing today by Mr. Obo. He's done perfectly well, and every boundary they have scored has been where there had not been a single fielder.
So they are waiting for what Dayo would do, but unfortunately that did not do anything. So
it's the end of the 19th over.
yes,
112 runs, 11 runs conceded in that particular over. That's the 19th over. GCI will be asking themselves, let's just get to 120 and have something to defend.
at least they have 1 more wicket with this, but they will be relying so much on Adeboro. But the question is, 4 runs.
Second ball, same position, same place. Adeboro putting his bat up. All he needs to do is just step forward and play it, or you go back and just push it behind Muritala, who is a backward of square but further down the inner ring.
And up until now, we will say Victor has done well. He probably, those 2 balls, they were dot balls that we weren't expecting.
Yes, you're right, Joe. Now that's played up in the air. Muritala is right underneath it. Can he take the catch? Muritala drops it the first time, takes it again. The same way he did the first time. Now he has repeated it again. He just took the catch again. Show Thunder does not strike twice, but today it has struck twice.
Yeah, the same way.
Same way. Muritala laughing here, and the FGCWCC guys are just looking at him and like, please do not give us a high blood pressure right here. YISHAWU Adeboro has just lost his wicket, and now we're having the last wicket for Government College Ibadan Old Boys Cricket Club. So
for all what Adeboro did, getting them to where they are currently, I also felt that Adeboro did not apply some common sense to that last over. first 2 balls did the same thing. The third ball was where he actually skied it up for Muri, who was very close to the square leg umpire, getting that at the second time of asking. Same way he got Becky.
Becky, yes, please. Adeboye is the last batter in.
3 more balls. Can they get a 120? Remains to be seen.
I thought they crossed. Okay, they crossed.
Dayo Ogunbayo on strike now. Laid up in the air. Ooh. Very well played.
From
that
who?
was...
I'm sure you are not talking about the batter.
No, I'm not talking about the batter. I'm talking about the bowler.
So I was expecting very well bowled.
Apologies,
Because when I heard very well played, I said,
From
what kind of batting was that?
Two more balls to be bowled in this over. Good bowling from the young man.
So there is no way GCI will get to 120, and whether they will win today's game remains to be seen. This looks like a score that is easily achievable for the guys at FGC.
Short ball, very well bowled, and that has bring us to the end of the first innings, ladies and gentlemen. The first innings has just ended, and GCI has scored a total of 113 runs for the loss of 9 wickets in 20 overs. Shehu, apologies, 112 runs.
Yeah.
For the loss of 9 wickets in 20 overs. Shehu, at first we thought this game was going to be like a 150 overs, 150 runs, but at the end it just managed to crawl to 112.
Terrible batting from the guys at GCI, and you hold players like Isaac Okpe responsible, players like Vincent Adewoye responsible, players like Ademola Oniko, you hold them responsible, Shewan Deku, you hold them responsible, because the honest truth is, in the words of the national team coach Asanka, T20 is a batting game, and when you look at a team that at some point in time when they were on 60-something runs, they just lost 2 wickets, you'll have expected that the other guys should have taken them home. Nothing short of a 140 should have been the appropriate score for GCI, but give credit to how these guys galvanize themselves from what looks more like adversity and they turn it into victory. The victory I'm talking about, not necessarily in the fact that they have won, but the victory that they really decided to up the ante, and in all honesty, they have it all to do. I'm talking about GCI, but let's see what happens at the end of the day. Even if they have scored 120, that means these guys have 6 runs per over to get a victory, which will make it their second victory after that back-to-back losses. But this is less than 6 per over.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back for the second innings for this game. It is 113 runs to win for FGC Warri and 10 wickets for Government College Ibadan Old Boys to be victorious for the second game. We'll be right back after this. GCI being led by Chinwadeku back into the field as they will be looking to defend 113 runs that they posted, 112 apologies, 112 runs that they posted in the first innings. And Federal Government College Warri will be looking to score that in 20 overs. Who will be opening the bowling for Government College Ibadan Old Boys? Would it be Isaac Okwe or Vincent? Vincent and Isaac both standing, so also is Becky, but Becky seems to have taken the long walk to, I think, point. So we have Vincent who will be opening the bowling for Government College. FGC Warri has Moritola Folabi coming in as number 2, and they I think that's the wicket keeper. Yes, that looks like the wicket keeper who's coming in to bat as well with Moritola Folabi. Umpires for today are still Femi Oduyebo and Taiwo Oladunjoye. Vincent will be opening the defense campaign of Government College Old Boys. Selim is number 1 and Moritola Folabi number 2. GCI is continuing with their traditional field set. Fine leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, covers, point, second slip, third man, and deep extra covers. First ball to be bowled by Vincent is a dot ball. A start from Vincent's dot ball. Just 1 run played towards point. Selim played the second ball for a single. Very well played there for Moritola Folabi, but could only find Tunde Ayinde at covers, which eventually ended up as no run. What is required of FGC Warri, that's Federal Government College Warri, is 5.65 per over. Would they be able to maintain that run?
Selim and Afolabi batting. Adewoye bowling.
2 balls to be bowled.
But for that run from Selim, it would have been a maiden over if no runs was gotten of him.
Yeah, that would have been a maiden over, but a run. It's definitely a good start from Vincent and a good start from Government College. A good campaign for them as they are doing everything possible to ensure that they don't concede much runs and do not make FGCWCC have their total run target, with the last ball to be bowled in this over.
Well, he needs to make up for that horrific batting where he could not score any runs. So he needs to make up for it.
I'm sure FGCWCC would realize that if they have to win this game comfortably. 1 run taken, picked up by Alfrete at fine leg, and that brings us to the end of the first over. Just like as I was saying, Chew, I'm sure that if FGCWCC realize that they need to win this game, they need to score almost off every single ball. 1 run per ball is what they require, but the first over they have only conceded 2, which means GCI has actually had 4 dot balls in this campaign for defense.
Tunde Ayinde is coming to spin the ball.
Isaac Okwe actually. Isaac Okwe is the one. Tunde is just setting the field.
Oh, sorry.
Isaac Okwe is
the way I saw him hold the ball.
Yeah, I also almost thought he was the one, but until I saw Isaac marking his ground, and that's why I said Isaac.
Yeah.
But it would have been nice to see GCI use a spin to start from that end, from the Iwaya end. Traditional end for Isaac Okwe, the Iwaya end, even during the bilateral series, also was bowling from the Iwaya end.
Isaac on his day can also reckon with him
as a bowler.
As a bowler and as a batter.
And as a batter. Hopefully we won't be seeing the second tie in this competition. The first tie was between FCC and Rocks.
Yeah.
Short ball, very well bowled by Isaac Okwe. I'm sure this is not the person he wants to bowl that ball to. Chiemele will be the person he wants to bowl that ball to. Chiemele will be the one he definitely wants to bowl that ball to, but he's bowling it to Muritala Afolabi. So GCI using Isaac Okwe from the wire end. Same ball again. Second dot ball. I think he's bowling it perfectly well, and maybe the way Muritala Afolabi played in the last game is what he's bowling at, because the last game Muritala Afolabi played, he found it difficult to play the square cut shots. So that's what Isaac Okwe has been doing the last 2 balls he has just bowled. Oh, dropped catch there from the wicketkeeper. Dropped catch there from the wicketkeeper. That was nicked by Muritala Afolabi, but dropped. Wicketkeeper was hesitant in holding on to that ball, even though he had an extra hand. Wicketkeeper still hesitant in holding the ball.
He needs to hold the ball very well. And I'm wondering why Onikoyi is not keeping the wicket. Vastly experienced Nigerian international. He's gone there to tell the wicketkeeper, please be calm. Grip this ball, because opportunities don't come twice. Just one life.
Very well bowled by Isaac Okwe. Oh, declared there, white ball declared there by umpire Taiwo Ladunjoye. I think this time Isaac decided to go a little bit wider, but he might be bringing it back to the line again.
It makes it look easy. You understand what I'm trying to say?
He was almost close to getting a
He made
maiden
it
over.
over. Yeah.
And that would have also come with a maiden over and a wicket if it had happened then.
Yeah, exactly. Last ball to be bowled. YISHAWU only considered 1 run.
Which was a wide ball.
Would he be able to bowl Muritala Falabi now? And that's the end of the over. Muritala Falabi had no response to all 6 balls bowled by YISHAWU. And it's only 3 runs for the loss of no wicket after 2 overs. GCI are doing perfectly well, and FGCWCC now are 7 runs short from the required run rate. 3 runs it is. But what FGCWCC will be hoping for is that if these 2 batters can stay till the 10 overs and probably have a total of 46 or 47 on board, then it will give the likes of Obo, Emmanuel Okudili, Taiwo Oladunjoye the room to explore and take advantage of the bowling change that might come after that. Vincent still coming back from the football track end, football field end. Nikoye had a go at that.
You know, sometimes I always feel that some of these things are needless. Needless in the sense that if the captain Tunde Ayinde had not covered up, that would have been extra runs. When you do things like that, it's better to do it at the end where the wicket keeper is, where he can use gloves and can use his pads.
Very well bowled there for Vincent. Yeah, Sean, you're definitely right, because if you're throwing it into the man at the bowler's end, it's either you're throwing one bounce to him, which by the time before it gets to him, the pace of the ball would have actually reduced, or you just toss it back to him if you're very close to the wicket. And definitely you're right, if Tunde Ayinde had not thrown his body at that would have raced all the way to the boundary for 4.
Might necessarily not go for a 4, but extra runs.
Yeah, very well taken there by the wicket keeper. Muritala Falabi just lost his wicket. Played that very late off his gloves, and the wicket keeper has taken the first catch.
In all honesty, Muri has not really shown like a million stars. His job basically for this team is to bat, because he can't bowl. Yes, he would field, that you can't take that away from him, but the honest truth is, batting wise, he's not really been the Muri that we used to know. So for him to have even stayed this long was because Adegboye had to do a Valentine in January.
Yeah, Valentine in January.
Yeah, he had to show him love.
First wicket taken by Government College by the Old Boys is Muritala Falabi. 3 runs on board, 1 wicket down, 2 overs gone.
And in comes left hand batter Oladunjoye, the younger brother
To Taiwo Oladunjoye, who is currently standing as an umpire.
And that's one thing I love about cricket. No emotions, no sentiment. No emotions, no sentiment. If there is an appeal that is justifiably so, Oladunjoye will not look at him twice to say, this is my brother. We don't attach sentiments to whatever we do in cricket. Even if it's Ademola Onikoyi that is batting, and we have Temitope Onikoyi as the umpire, if need be, you say, I'm going to raise my finger.
She has actually officiated a game where her husband, where Onikoyi Ademola was playing, and I think there was an LB decision which she actually did correctly and raised her fingers, and everybody were like, who does that to
No,
to
but
the man?
the truth of the matter is, the profession precedes the relationship. The profession precedes the relationship. We would come back much later and talk about that, but
Yeah,
she's also been assessed.
yeah, definitely she's been assessed. Vincent back to Oladunjoye, very well driven, played it straight to Isaac Okpe, who tries to shy at that. Personally, if I was the one, I wouldn't have thrown that back. I would have just held on to the ball or tossed it back to the bowler, because in cricket, internationally, you see fielders, if you play those kind of balls and it's one run, they don't stress themselves too much. They just pick it up and toss it back or throw it to the wicket keeper, like you said. A run is a run.
Yeah.
Do not add an additional run.
What was the saving grace for Isaac was Taiwo Oladunjoye overran.
Yeah.
He overran, and by virtue of overrunning, there was no way he could take advantage of that overthrow.
GCICC gradually trying to hold grip of this game. Very well pushed there from Selim. Just one run taken. Becky, I don't know if he was trying to throw that to the wicketkeeper or if he was trying to throw it to the bowler's end. But that has bring us to the end of the third over, with a total of 6 runs for the loss of 1 wicket.
They need less than 6 runs per over, say like 5 point something, but unfortunately they are only getting 2 runs per over.
And that's definitely not the way that's the way FGCWCC wouldn't have wanted, but it's still the same way GCI are happy about. Isaac Okwe back into the attack. Very well bowled. Different bowling attack now. You could see this time now to Selim, he's bowling it much into him, trying to look for the Yorkers. Now he returns back to his initial bowling, trying to force the batters, that's Selim, to either square cut and play to Becky, who is at backward of point, or Onikoyu, who is at point proper, or plays it to Tunde Ayinde, who is at covers, or Shenwodeku at second slip. Shenwodeku appealing for that, but not given by Taiwo Oladunjoye. Isaac has just bowled 3 good balls.
Yeah.
Would he be having a maiden? A quick field change there. Now 2 points. That's what GCI are setting. Oh no, apologies. Yeah, to backward the point and point proper. Onikoya at point. Becky at backward the point and appeal for LBW. Not given Monday Elijah picks that up. Played off the bat. Tomorrow at Tafawa Balewa Square Cricket Oval will be an exciting one, in which you have the veterans, former international players who played the 50 overs game. The men who knows how to play the 50 overs game now play the T20 format. No, actually it's a T15, not a T20. That's the veterans over 50 game.
Yeah.
But before that, you'll be having the elite, and that's ex and present national team players. Oh, misfield there from Shewa Dekwa, the wicketkeeper, for a bye. Bye signal there by Taiwola Dunjoye with 1 ball to be bowled.
I don't hear you. Just from my hand.
End of the 4th over. We just 8 runs on board and 1 wicket. Still taken by Government College. Change of bowling now for Government College as they have Becky coming in from the football field end. Becky has a straight with Ibadan, that's in Oyo State. Well, my sincere apologies, Ilorin, not Kwara State.
That moment there, you know the place.
Oh yeah, Kwara. He played for Kwara at the last championship in Benin,
Walk smart.
and also at the sports festivals. He was a gold medalist for Kwara. Okay, I've just been corrected now. Silver medalist at the last sports festival for Kwara State. A part change there from Oladunjoye.
For the loss of 1 wicket, that of Muritala Falabi, they have 8 runs on board. Certainly not the target that they set for themselves going into the second innings.
First ball bowled by Becky was straight at Dimeji's bat for a single. What would you be expecting, Cheon, that FGC Warri should do before getting to the end of the power play?
We are currently in the 5th over. They are not taking advantage of it. But the basic requirement that was set for them was 5 point something per over, and they are not there. So that's something that they need to quickly work on.
FGC Warri starting pretty much slow, but would they be able to pick up pretty much fast if they want to win this game? A single played there, played very short, just for one run.
Run out attempt from Ademola Nikoyi, but did not get the desired results. Good exchange of run between Selim and Oladejoye.
Yeah.
Of Becky's bowling.
Very well played there from Oladejoye. Played that quietly above the bowler to find Dayo Ogunbayo at mid-on.
Prior to Becky bowling, when Vincent and Isaac were in the exchanges, it was just 2 runs per over, but they seem to have gotten that.
Good pick up there by Isaac.
Yeah. They seem to be comfortable with Becky's bowling.
Yeah, definitely. They're getting comfortable with it. So now at this point in time, Tunde will be looking at a bowling change, or would he still continue with Becky?
But you don't want to ruin the confidence of Becky by taking the ball off him after this first over of his. You want to give him another over to see whether it will come good, because he has a damage effect that might bring to the psyche of the bowler.
Wicketkeeper couldn't hold on to that, and that brings us to the end of the 5th over.
And Onikoyi keep complaining about the wicketkeeper should, get the ball into his gloves. Adegboye seems to be struggling to pick the ball once, and these are opportunities that beckon, and you don't take advantage of them. You don't want to give your batter a second life.
Yes, bowling change for Government College, bringing Dayo Ogunbayo from the YI end to replace Isaac Okwe, who I'm probably guessing they're saving him for the last 2 overs that he has to bowl. 5 overs gone, 1 wicket down, 12 runs. FGC Warri still way behind their required run rate, but they need to pick it up early. And if they're going to be picking up early, they need to find a way to build their morale. Very well, good start from Dayo, bowling it out volley and forcing Selim to play upright. Played up but safe, as that has raced all the way to the shorter side of the field for a 4. Very well played there, using his wrist to play that for a 4, as there was no square leg for Dayo. Question is, would the field placement become a problem for Government College? Now Cheon Odeku is moving to mid-wicket, and Onikoye now goes to deep mid-wicket. Very well bowled there, but Isaac Okwe was quick on his feet to prevent that from going.
And it must be said that the 4 runs scored by Selim was the first boundary for FGC in this second innings.
You're definitely right,
And
Joe.
we'll be hoping for many more to come.
Yeah. Short ball, shot towards Tunde Ayinde.
That was not the best of bowling, but a wrongly played shot from Celine ensured that Tunde Ayinde did not anticipate what was going to happen.
And that was just one shot from where Tunde Ayinde was standing.
Yeah. It was going to be difficult for him to catch that ball.
Selim taking his guard again, just to be sure that he has the proper guard that he needs. Our volley bowled again by Dayo. Just 1 run. Dayo needs to bowl it much fuller if he wants to be bowling it pretty low. He's bowling it out volley but low. So if he has a batter who knows how to play the lofted drive, he might be punished very well for those loose balls that he has been bowling.
Yeah. FGC versus GCI. Their target is 113 and they are currently on 12, which meant that 101 runs to win.
This is much fuller. Picked up by Adeboro, but trying to do the C. Ronaldo style, using his leg to kick the ball. And eventually he had to use his hand to pick it up.
The most important thing is just 1 run was taken off him.
Yeah, you're right, Chill. And that brings us to the end of the 6th over. As FGC Warrior are 18 for 1 after 6. At this rate, FGC Warrior would have to up their strike rates if they have to win this game. They need to start making use of their fate and start looking for the loose balls and capitalizing on the spaces that are being created by Government College. Becky to Oladunjoye Dimeji. Lost that is, but picked up by Onikoyi. Decided not to throw that to avoid an extra run being taken since there was no backup by the bowler or the man at mid. The man at mid on, but that is Dayo Ogunbayo.
About your projection was about 5.5 per over, and as at the last over, which was the 6th over, they were on 18 runs, which meant that they were 12 short. Even if you did 5 runs per over, they were 12 short of what is required. But by virtue of 5 point something that they need, they are way short of what is required. So presently, GCI are still on top.
But the advantage FGC Warri has is that they have wicket at hand.
But they will also say they have wicket at hand, but if we continue to work with this set of people, we can't get their wicket. It will be difficult for them to score on. They are not scoring the runs that is required. The power play is over. They fail to take advantage of it. So they will be very glad to say, hey, we are back to status quo, where we can place our men in anywhere. And they are not really having joy over Becky. Becky initially started a bit wobbly, not like he didn't do well, but the captain reposed so much confidence in him to say, guy, you're going to do this second over.
And he has been doing it perfectly well.
Yeah.
Ensuring that Selim can't play the ball and look for the spaces that he has at square leg. Still can't find the space at the offside. Today Aide preventing a run from being considered.
Yeah, that was lovely captain's performance. Lovely captain's performance. You have to give credit to the way they have played.
I think after the first loss of GCI, they have actually woken up from their slumber, and now they've understood that, look, if you want to be in contention for the trophy, you need to start winning every game and wait till March 19th when you have the second leg with Ibejule Cricket Club 1, which it would be played at either TBS or Unilag. But a lot of people would love to see that game at TBS, since
Definitely.
TBS will be unveiled tomorrow.
Definitely.
And yet we would still actually have that game live on the social media platform, YouTube.
And after 7 overs, 1 wicket down, the wicket of Muritala, 19 runs on board.
Yeah, 19 runs on board. We'll be right back after this.
All right. You saw the buy that was considered by Adegboye, and that prompted Onikoyi to walk towards him as if, I think I need to get my wicket keeper pads to pad up. Are you going to throw this lad under the bus if you were to be a captain to?
No, I wouldn't. All I just need to keep telling him is, look, if you can't stand where you are comfortably, then just take one step forward, because the way it looks to me is he's like scared of the ball, he's not judging what the bowler is doing perfectly well. He's just looking at the ball. What he needs to do to understand what Dayo is bowling, and then he will be able to pick the balls from the hand of the bowler.
But you have to say up until now, after 8 overs, they are on 25 runs, still way short of what is required.
So the big question now is this: what would be the message FGC Warri would pass to these two batters? Do you need to start exploring? Because you can have 9 wickets at hand and still be less than 50 as that's clocking towards the 10th over.
Well, the man who is taking water in is a vastly experienced person, and the captain, I'm talking about Aroy Ororo, so I'm sure he'll be telling them guys, take advantage.
1 run considered there. Square cut lately played by Salim. Lately played by Salim for just a single. Now you have Oladunjoye Taiwo. Oladunjoye Dimeji. Becky bowling his third over, so definitely Tunde Ayinde having so much confidence. Now, can the wicketkeeper take that? No, he couldn't. Shane Wadeko helping him out to throw the ball back.
That was going to be a very difficult catch for him.
In cricket, we'll say, so in no man's land.
Yeah.
Becky bowling his third over, doing pretty much well from the first. Very well played there, but no run considered. Picked up by Isaac Okwe. The batters are doing very well, picking up the fielders they need to take the runs with.
In their last game against LACC, and I'm talking about Federal Government College Warri Old Students Cricket Club, they played 98 runs. The star performer for them was Victor Ipoli, the man who did excellently well from the bowling side, who scored 38 runs, not out. And Shoebi, the man who got that first catch, that unbelievable catch from Alfred Tay, who scored 15 not outs. Every other person scored paltry runs.
A lot of dot balls in this particular innings. FGC Warri will be asking themselves, these dot balls, hope it will not become costly at the end of the game if they eventually lose. Very well held there from the wicketkeeper now, building his confidence back. Now you could see everyone encouraging him. And very well bowled by Becky to bowl his last ball of his third over. Oniko, you're having a quick discussion with him, telling him to drop down the tempo, do not do anything extra, just keep bowling the way you're bowling. Played up in the air, Vincent underneath it. Yes, Vincent takes the catch. Slow to react at first, but was quick on his feet and dived into the ball and held it comfortably at mid-on. And GCI has just taken the second wicket with 26 runs on board. 27 runs, I beg your pardon. 27 runs on board, 2 wickets down, 9 overs gone.
Salim was forced to play that shot. Definitely not what he wanted, but that was lovely catch from Vincent, who needed to impress following what happened in the first innings, where it was a golden duck.
He did it pretty much well. picked up very late, was trying to judge the flight of the ball, but when he discovered that the ball wasn't going to get to him, he decided to jump at it and then held it perfectly well, being an experienced fielder. And here comes the batter for FGC Warri, Emmanuel Okudili, who they will be hoping that he can actually take the run to a very good run rate, as he's vastly experienced. And it's strange, it's funny to say, Shew, the last 2 games FGC Warri has lost, Emmanuel Okudili did not play.
Yeah, he was preparing for the wedding then. Just got married to his heartthrob. Actually brought the wife to the cricket pitch. I'm sure the wife should get used to my husband is playing cricket. They got wedded on January 5th, which was awesome, fantastic, and we say congratulations from all of us. We wish them the best life has got to offer, and there is no perfect marriage, but we pray that theirs would be an enduring one.
Change of bowling for GCI. The captain Tunde Ayinde now coming into the attack from the wire end. It's going to be bowling to Oladunjoye. Just like you said, Shew, it seems like Onikoyi might be considering taking the gloves. He just requested for his own personal helmet, but he's right behind the wicketkeeper. He just walked up to the wicketkeeper and asked him, "Are you comfortable?" I think the wicketkeeper said yes. Tunde Ayinde, the captain of Government College, coming into bowl.
I'll share with you one interesting stat about Tunde Ayinde. So Tunde Ayinde in their last game took the most wickets. Those scored 22 runs. Today he scored 33. But in their last game against Government College Ugeli, he took 4 wickets. And Tunde Ayinde is one of the few batters, or I call him batsman, because then he was still batsman, who scored century in a league match. We were still playing 50 overs game then, before we reverted to the T20.
2 dot balls bowled by Tunde Ayinde. Wicketkeeper standing and has not let go of a single ball. Onikoyi is right behind him at second slip. I'm sure Onikoyi will be giving him words of advice. That's to the wicketkeeper. Played very well, but could only find Vincent at mid-on.
The young man is excited to be in the same team with Onikoyi. Don't forget, Onikoyi is vastly experienced.
So there's been this big argument of the best wicketkeeper you have in Nigeria. Back in the days, you had Kome Agodo.
Wow.
But now, in I could say for the last 30 decades or 3 decades, you have the like of Endurance of Fem, Dolapo Gafar, Segun Olayinka, Onikoyi Ademola, and Joshua Yonaike. So if you're going to pick out of those 5, who do you think is going to be the best wicketkeeper? And you have a code word as well.
I will answer it tomorrow.
Trust me, it took me time to actually sit down and actually say who can I have confidence. I can actually give anybody the gloves, but if I'm to pick, if you have Rohit Sharma, I need Ricky Sharma. Apologies, Ricky Sharma as well.
Yeah,
so imagine those wicket keepers there. And got lovely cuts there by Onikoyi. I was just about to say that this would have been a very good way if Emmanuel Okudili could start, but it's a bad start for him after getting married.
Bad starts. Same situation Vincent Adeoye found himself. This is not what the bench of FGC envisaged. They are down psychologically. The loss of Okudili has dealt a big blow on the team, and I don't know how they will recover from it.
They will find a way to recover. They would definitely find a way to recover. Okudili feeling dismayed with himself. I'm sure he will get a compensation from his wife
Well,
when he gets home.
well, this is not what he envisaged. He wanted to come and rescue the team like he does, but unfortunately, Tunde Ayinde, he was from one captain to another captain.
Onikoyi telling him from the field that when immediately he got married, he scored duck, telling him, Emmanuel Okodele. I'm sure a lot of people who got married can actually tell Okodele their stories. The game they played, immediately they got married. I remember that of Endurance of him. He got married and also scored duck as well. Endurance was LBW'd. New batter is Isaac Oyemba. Very well bowled again by Tunde Ayinde. End of the over, 28 runs, 3 wicket lost. This is definitely not the way FGC Warri would have triggered how they would be responding to the 113 target sets by Government College to them. Becky coming back to bowl his last over. Becky to bowl his first over in this innings. Oladunjoye Dimeji is on strike. Very well played there from Oladunjoye, taking advantage of the sloppy fielding by Adeboro.
Yeah.
Going for 2.
And what was Adeboro thinking of?
He took off without looking at the ball, and when he realized that the ball was actually coming to him, he was very late to go down. Wicket keeper now holding on to the ball. Onikoyi now trying to walk up to the wicket keeper. Now you could see him.
For every time he keeps telling him some things.
I would personally say, you know what, as long as the man is not conceding buys, just allow him keeping. But I'm sure GCI will be hoping that if the nick comes, he doesn't drop it.
Yeah.
Very well played there, but good stop there from Shehu Odeku. But only 1 run considered. If Shehu had not thrown himself at that ball, that would have raced all the way to the boundary. Becky to Isaac. No run considered. White ball declared there by umpire Femi Oduyebo. GCI will be happy with the performance they have now, keeping them under 50 for the first 10 overs, which is giving them a very good trajectory to know how to apply their strategy for the second half of this innings.
And the captain has also done well. Tunde Ayinde.
Oh, that was good fielding from both fielders, but that had gone all the way for four. Shane Wadeko and Isaac Okwe sliding in trying to stop the ball, but the ball went faster than both of them before they could go down, and that has gone all the way to the boundary for 4. This looks like the third boundary in this innings.
Yes, but in all honesty, they've restricted them.
3 boundaries in this innings, not a very good start, or not a very good way for FGC Warri in their response to 113 that they need to win. It's 36 for 3 after 11 overs. To me, it seems like FGC Warri is just comfortable batting out 20 overs without even having a game plan.
Well, the game plan was to go in there and score about 5.5 per over, which is less than 6 runs per over because of the run of GCI in the first innings. But everything capitulated. Yes, even when Muri lost his wickets, and we had Oladunjoye come on to partner Selim, it was still looking good.
Sure, you just had to pause. You just had to pause.
I paused because that's what we are talking about in the game of cricket. That it's not sentimental. It's objective. It was caught by Adegboye, the wicketkeeper, and you could imagine that the standing umpire was Oladunjoye Taiwo, and the man whose wicket was gotten was Dimeji, who, honestly speaking, came on and tried his best possible to do a bit of stability.
Now you have the experienced batter going into bat with the name Mr. Obo Omegwai.
Omoigi.
JCI will be happy with themselves right now. Yeah, they're doing everything possible and the game plan is working. FGC Warri will be worried now. Would they have lost 3 games in a row? Which in a way might take them down the table. Not even down the table, Sheo. It's definitely going to take them down the table.
They are down
the table already. They've lost the first game they lost, they won the second game, lost the third game, and now it looks like they are losing the 4th game as well.
If they lose this game, they will have lost 3 straight games. They won their first game of the season, and that was against... Yes, they won their first game of the season.
Yeah, won their first game of the season and lost 2 games back. And so if they lose this one, it will be the 3rd loss.
Because the other game they lost was against Rising Stars, which was their second game in an embarrassing fashion. And that was the start of the year on January 2nd. The other game they lost was against Lagos Asian
Cricket Club.
And this is about the 4th game.
Quickly, just to put every one of you up to date with what is happening at the Division 2. IMCC, that is Ibadan Metropolitan Cricket Club, posted 117 runs for the loss of 8 wickets. And Ibejuleke Cricket Club are 73 for 2 after 12.5 overs.
Looks like a game they will win. If this happens, it will be a shocker. Shocker in the sense that it's a battle between the table toppers versus the bottom place team.
Yeah.
And if they get to win, it must have been a fantastic result for them. Don't forget, that there were 3 teams that were docked points from day 1 and day 2. I mean match day 1 and match day 2, and that's Pioneers Cricket Club, Ibejuleki Cricket Club 2, and of course Foundation Cricket Club.
Yeah. Very well played there from Mr. Obo, experienced Nigerian international, who will be playing tomorrow at the 15 T15 for the veterans over 50 game for the launch of the tough wicket at the Tafawa Balewa Square Cricket Oval. Dot ball bowled again by Tunde Ayinde, doing pretty more well as the captain of the side and ensuring that his sides have a very good strategy. Now bowling much fuller, but played with the bat first here. Played with the bat first. Last ball to be bowled by Tunde Ayinde. And that's a dot ball, and that has taken us to the end of the 12th over, ladies and gentlemen. 38 runs, 4 wickets, 12 overs. Shehu, it looks like we might just say that GCI already has this game in their hands.
Cricket is biscuits. The best mathematician in the world, Pythagoras, can't comfortably break biscuits into 2 equal halves, which meant that you could just find an unknown quantity coming to wrestle the game from defeat and turn it into victory. But with the way GCI are bowling, they are bowling as if the scoreline that you saw against Rising Stars, you could see a repeat of it, where they were reduced to less than 70 runs.
Change of bowling for Government College. Elijah Monday coming to bowl from the football field end. Bowling from around to Isaac. First ball was a dot ball.
Is that Isaac, or that looks like Victor?
Apologies, Victor.
Victor Ipoli. Isaac Oyengba, yeah.
That raced all the way to the boundary. Yes, it has. Very well played there from Isaac Oyengba.
Yeah. Sorry, that was Isaac Oyengba.
Picked that properly well and found the space between mid wicket and deep square.
He had to get himself out of that jail. They've been gagged, but he needed to do something,
which resulted to a boundary.
Yeah. But the field had been rearranged for him.
Now, very well driven. Good response there from the batter. Played according to the ball being bowled. Didn't play any conventional shots.
4 wickets down. We are currently in the 13th over.
If FGC Warri would have to win this game, they would have to take 2 runs per ball.
Obo is forced to do what he's not used to.
Dots ball again.
Elijah, that's us, Obo.
I'm a little bit worried right now, Shehu. FGC Warri's response to this. FGC Warri's response to this game has been really, really abysmal. It's as if they feel GCI scored 50 runs and they are just playing as if, you know what, let's just play 50 runs. or it's as if they're playing like, we know this is the first innings, we want to just put up a total and then let's see if we're going back again to go and defend.
Or better still, the last Ashes series in Hobart.
Exactly, and I was about to say as if they are playing a test game and believing that they'll come back for the second innings. But this is a T20 game, proudly sponsored by GBOLAHAN YISHAWU.
Yeah. Representing the TSR2 constituency at the Lagos State House of Assembly. 13 overs gone, 4 wickets down, 43 runs on board. Let me quickly ask you about me. I stumbled on his stats, 37-year-old with about 7,823 runs, if I'm not mistaken. Took his last wicket in the drawn series. I'm talking about Ross Taylor. What do you say about Ross Taylor?
Ross Taylor has paid his dues for New Zealand, just like Brandon McCullum also did, just like Omran did, and just like Ken Williamson has done. There are several times Ross Taylor has saved New Zealand from games that you thought they have lost. He's a specialist with the ODI. He's also a specialist with T20. I could remember one of the T20 game where him and Ken took the game away from Pakistan, batting all through, scoring the 4s and the 6s, and then took New Zealand to victory. So, being a New Zealand fan, I can actually tell you when he was playing his last game for New Zealand, I really felt for him. You could see the emotion there. For the first time, he actually bowled in a test game and got a wicket.
Yeah, New Zealand, they won by an innings and won 17 runs. The series was tied at 1-1 at Christchurch. You know, he's a part-time spinner.
He's a just like Joe Root.
Yeah.
Now he's more like a full-time spinner now
And,
for the English side.
Credit must go to this man. 112 test matches based on the stats I have here. 7,683, the highest run scorer for New Zealand.
New Zealand, yeah.
19 centuries.
Yeah.
And he said 6 ODI international against Australia and Netherlands from January to April, and it's a wrap for Ross Taylor. And I looked at Ross Taylor's playing career and people he played with to think that Ross Taylor lost 2 back-to-back World Cup finals in 2015 when they co-hosted with Australia, when they also lost for the first time in the history of a World Cup in a super over against England, and also lost the semi-final, the final, I beg your pardon, of the T20 World Cup that was won by Australia for the very first time. To think that this amazing cricketer played against people like Natham, people like Gotpil, people like Ken Williamson, Conway, Nisham, Bolt. So unfortunate that he will retire without winning any title.
So the biggest question a lot of people ask is, when do these international players know when it's time to drop the gloves?
Sometimes family reasons, sometimes body.
It's just like in South Africa.
Yeah.
It was very strange that people saw this wicketkeeper say he's done with Test cricket.
Yes.
That's 1 bounce for.
1 bounce for.
Very well played there from Isaac.
Yeah, you were trying to remember the man that failed to take a knee.
Yes, that's the cock.
Quintin de Kock.
Quintin de Kock.
He failed to take a knee at the T20 World Cup because he didn't understand the brief of what Cricket South Africa was asking them to do.
Yeah.
He apologized and came back stronger. But
so they will be. So it's that's the question. When do you know when to retire? These players
told
have
you 2
played a
things.
lot.
Body and family reasons.
But in Africa, we've seen players who are above 35, 40 still playing at the national level.
Yeah.
That's for those in the associate level, not full-time, associate level. If Ross Taylor, who's 35, could actually retire, it means he has a lot of time with in front of him.
Well, it's rather unfortunate.
It's rather unfortunate.
We'll miss him.
But definitely he will still be playing the ODIs and the T20s.
But he will call it a wrap by
With
April.
April, yeah. A lot of and that's what most of the test players have been doing. Once they call it a wrap at the test level, the ODI and the T20 becomes lesser for them. They start trying to throw in the towel. Very well played there from Isaac. Would they go for two? Just one run taken. The Ashes.
Please let's forget about it.
I understand the fact that you want us to not talk about it because it's not the kind of way you would have expected it.
That's the most celebrated international cricket rivalry that dates back to 1882. And then you capitulate in such a manner.
Oh, very well caught there from the bowler. Monday Elijah. Obo trying to play it above the bowler's head, but Monday Elijah, as short as he is, was still able to take that catch. Good catch there from him.
Yeah, because that was bowled and caught. The honest truth is the ball did not go as high as Obo envisaged, and that was why Elijah could still pick it up. So another wicket gone, 5 wickets down. In comes Victor.
Victor for FGCWCC.
Yes, that was the same man who shone like a million stars in their last game. Even if they lost that game, he was the bright spot with some considerable number of runs, 38 runs. He was just 12 short of scoring an half century.
53 runs on board, ladies and gentlemen. 5 wickets down, 14 overs gone. We're currently on the 15th over. FGCWCC are ready. At the back of my mind, would have lost hope already now that they've lost this game. GCI.
But I'm sure that the other guys who are coming in will not have such a thought in their head. You might be having such, but they will not have such a thought in their head. They still think they can wrestle this game.
Very well.
Tunde Ayinde really doing well.
Yeah, he has to. He's done pretty much well as a captain today. Personally, to me, if GCI wins, Tunde Ayinde should take man of the match. Bowled pretty much well, batted pretty much well. Very well played there from Isaac. Misfield there by Vincent. Was that raced all the way to the boundary? No, he picks it up again, but 3 runs taken. Good running in between the wickets by the batters there. Vincent is... Victor Ipole is now facing. Played very well. Still looked for Vincent at mid-on. Sorry, at long on. 2 runs still taken.
That was way too high.
Way too high.
Way too high for Captain Ayinde.
To stop, and then a very good stop at square leg. Oh no, not square leg, at slips by Onikoyi.
Because if the ball was lower to his reach, he could have caught
that, yeah, but that was high.
He was first struggling to.
Very well played there. Now it seems like FGCWCC is now trying to come back into this game, but it looks pretty much late to me, as now they are beginning to take the runs with their feet, and now GCI would officially be resetting the field, as you can see now on the screen that there's a change move.
They are taking on Tunde
Ayinde, who at first we thought was bowling pretty much well.
Yeah, but again, he's still bowling well based on what he's doing. They are not scoring those boundaries. He's bowling well.
Would this be a catch? No.
No. Onikoye almost wanted to do what Shoebi did.
Yeah.
But hey, it could only be Shoebi.
It could only be Shoebi. Tunde Ayinde to bowl his last ball.
Yeah. You can't blame him. These are periods where they take on spinners, but you would be glad that, hey, at least they are not scoring boundaries off me.
Yeah, definitely, you're right, Joe. And,
Yeah.
that's the end of the over. 15 over gone, 61 runs on board, 5 wicket lost.
Chasing 113.
$52 runs to win in 30 balls.
52 in 30
In
balls.
30 balls. It's very much doable, Sheung.
Very much doable, but they still have the guys around, and I'm talking about they still have the usual Isaac Okpe. They still have
Who has 2
Vincent
overs?
Adewoye.
Who has 2 overs?
Yeah.
So definitely 4 overs from those 2 bowlers would definitely be a very good.
And they will come with all their pace. And in comes Elijah.
Elijah Monday coming from the football field end.
Yes.
Dot ball, first bowled. I think the batter should have taken 1 run there, as Afrete was way behind and didn't even run into the ball, actually jogged. Played across the line, but
That was what he was
lucky.
looking for. He wanted to play that half volley shot, but for the second ball, you'll be very glad that nothing happened. These are periods where they take on spinners.
Spinners. Played
That's what he
very
wanted
well.
to do, and that should be just 1 run, because you don't try that with an Isaac Okpe. You could even aim at your wicket from the boundary.
Very long hand he has.
Long hand, and third ball in that over, just 1 run. You'll be very excited, Elijah Monday, who for me, when he was batting, was nothing to write home about.
Full toss.
That was too full, but
Could only find Vincent at.
don't try it with Vincent. It's also very risky. Lovely catch from Adeboye, the wicket keeper. But that was too full. But again, after 4 balls in that over, just 2 runs, pretty good.
Elijah doing justice to his bowling. Is that a catch? Sheun Wadeku takes another catch again. Very well taken by Sheun Wadeku. FGC Warri just lost his 6th wicket. 6 wickets. 15 points.
$63 runs on board, 15.5 overs gone. In comes Che Milling. That name I've been running away from. Because I had to break it into trisyllabic word. You know those kind of names where you need to
Break it pace by pace, pace by pace.
piecemeal so that you can chew it.
Yeah.
Che Milling. And I'm sure that this is one guy Isaac Okpa will be looking out for.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, played on, that is. He just lost his wicket. Played on. Not the way you would have wanted to lose your wicket.
And that's the wicket of we've seen that of Victor Ipoli. This is Isaac Oyemba.
Isaac Oyemba. Isaac has just lost his wicket, and another Isaac will be coming this time, but this is Olowokere. Olowokere Isaac coming in to bat. 63 runs, 7 wickets, 17 runs on board. "17 overs, I beg your pardon. 17 overs gone for just 63 runs after 7 wickets. And just like what Seun said, Okwe Isaac now gonna be bowling. He will be bowling to Chiemele, who took his wicket, and now he'll be looking to pay it back with the ball. I'm sure Shane will be happy about this battle he's about to see now, because the smile he said Isaac had in the first innings was either you're going to be facing what you did, and now Isaac has picked up the ball. So this is the battle Shane will be more keenly interested in watching.
Well, the first innings, Isaac was stunned, was dazed by the bowling of Chiemelem. So I'm sure that this is the period he's also looking out for.
Very well, good response there from Chiemelem. Playing that very well, but misfielded by Isaac. 2 runs considered, 1 run converted to 2. But I'm sure at the back of Isaac's mind, he'll be happy that he has Chiemele back again on strike.
Yeah, and that did not go down well with Odeku, because he felt that
that should have been 1 run.
He's always passionate and
good bowling there from Isaac. Returning the favor he did initially, but this time Chiemele didn't laugh.
That's 17.2 overs gone. But he had already taken 2 runs off his first ball of that over. 4 more balls to be faced. Good balls to be precise.
Dot ball again. Isaac's taking the battle to Chiemele. But the only way Isaac can win this battle is if he bowls Chiemele in this over.
Yeah. Not necessarily this over. Maybe if they get to meet again before the game comes to an end. But time is ticking. GCI will be saying to themselves, this looks like a game that is in the bag.
Played up in the air, but safe. This only could race down to Vincent, a third man, for just 1 run.
That is 3 runs off 4 balls in this over.
Chiemele doing justice to his response on this battle.
And this is Isaac versus Isaac.
Yeah, Isaac versus Isaac. Which of the Isaacs
comes out top? Will it be the batter or the bowler?
Very well played, but Seun Odeku misfields that. Would 2 runs be taken? Yes, 2 runs taken. Seun was hesitant in picking up the ball, and the ball raced away from him.
He considered that. I'm sure he will also look at himself to say, oh, just some minutes ago, I still got crossed with a misfielding, and I almost did same in the same over.
Very well bowled by Isaac Okwe to bring us to the end of the 18th over. So 18 overs gone, ladies and gentlemen. 68 runs on board.
Prior to this game, I mean the second innings, I had a brief conversation with Tayo Atoloye, who coincidentally will be playing tomorrow when the ex-internationals take on the players from the Honorable GBOLAHAN YISHAWU League, the CC League, and he was saying it with so much guts that yes, give credit to FGC the way they bowled in the first innings to have reduced us to 112, but one thing you can say for a fact is that we will not allow them to score even 90 runs.
Very well played there.
Yeah.
By Chiemele.
Yeah, of Elijah.
Playing it above Adeboro, who's at mid wicket, and finding the gap between long on and deep mid wicket. Now he's going again. Picked up there by Dayo. Very well thrown, but 2 runs was taken. Good running in between wickets by the fielders.
They are taking advantage of Elijah in this over.
Now full toss, but 1 bounce to Vincent.
Wide ball.
Picked up there, but Dayo would only pick that up for a single. GCI now will be saying, look, let's wrap this game up. We're just 7 balls to be bowled. FGC Warri now trying to get up back. Vincent right underneath it. Yes, Vincent takes the catch. Vincent takes the catch properly. Well held by Vincent.
Lovely catch from Vincent.
And Chiemele, who started exploring, his innings has now come to an end.
And I'm sure that Elijah will be saying, thank you, Vincent. Thank you, Vincent. Thank you, Vincent. He was looking like a player who wanted to get FGC out of jail.
Yeah.
He wanted to keep the scoreline respectable such that you say they lost by some narrow runs. But hey, finally reality has dawned on them. And that is the 8th wicket gone with 68 runs on board and 77, I beg your pardon. 8 wickets gone. Currently in the 19th over. That is 18.5.
Played by Isaac. Afemi Oguntoke is the new batter in.
Yeah, just one. Vincent fields very well. Over up, and that is 78 runs, 8 wickets, 19 overs. Last over, no more miracle. Even with 36 runs, that means 666, a Carlos Braithwaite, Ben Stokes kind of situation. Nothing can happen anymore.
I knew Sheon was going to call that name Carlos Braithwaite.
Yeah.
Sheon has never stopped calling that name Carlos Braithwaite.
The man who debarred England from winning the T20 World Cup.
Remember that name.
Remember that name. Remember that name.
Would we be remembering the name Isaac Olowokere?
Or remember that name, Endurance.
Endurance of Fem.
Remember that name, Oladejoye Taiwo.
I think Taiwo has broken Endurance's statistics. Good bowling there by Isaac for a dot ball. Endurance in the game against 1004 required 18 runs in 6 balls, which was done. And Ibeju required 20 runs in a lot of overs actually, but they did it in Oladunjoye's over, which I do making justice. Yes, having him for lunch. Wicketkeeper doing very well now at this tail end of the game.
Adegboye coming out strong. Good to know that Onikoyi finally gave him the confidence he required. At some point in time, it was looking like Onikoyi was going to get his personal wicketkeeper pads. But again, like we always say, in a game of cricket, records are meant to be broken, even in sports. And so, Adu, who is from Ogun State, decided to, let me use the English, sly another Ogun State person.
Yeah, you're definitely right there, Shell. 1 run played there by Isaac Olowokere. GCI at this point in time will be happy as this game is done and dusted.
Maybe we need to keep our people up to speed about what's happening at the other end. The dramatic game between the table toppers and the bottom place team. IMCC versus Ibeju, Lekki Cricket Club 2.
Full toss played up in the air. Adeboro right underneath it. Takes that easily. And another wicket taken. You could see the whole of GCI putting their hands up into the sky. I'm sure a lot of them would have thought he was going to drop that catch. But FGC Warri has lost another wicket.
And that's the wicket of Femi Oguntoke.
Femi Oguntoke,
and
yes.
in comes the man who caught that amazing ball in the first innings, Shoebi.
Arguably the catch of the week.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, drama. IMCC batted first, scored 117 for loss of 8 wickets in 20 overs. Ibeju are on 18.4, 111. Ibeju Lekki Cricket Club 2, 7 runs in 8 balls. Who is bowling 7 runs in 8 balls? Who is bowling at that end? Who will take responsibility to say, I want to bowl?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you must know, Ibeju Lekki requires 3 runs in 7 balls.
3 runs now in 7 balls. Ladies and gentlemen, this is done and dusted. My grandma to come and bat would get the required runs. My grandma to come and bat would get the required runs.
But back to this game here, even though at this stage we can say congratulations to Government College Old Boys Cricket Club, as this game has been won from the first ball bowled to this very last ball to be bowled by...
Vincent didn't have to bowl his remaining 2 overs.
No, he didn't.
It was that save for them. They kept him in the cooler for tail end, but hey, he had nothing to do
anymore. Played, only could find Afrete, who is at mid wickets, and just 2 runs taken. And that is the end of the game, ladies and gentlemen, right here at the University of Lagos Cricket Oval, as GCI has just won the game in a very convincing fashion. And just to quickly let you know that over there at the TMS Cricket Oval, Ibeju Lekki Cricket Club 2 requires just 2 runs in 7 balls. 1 run now in 7 balls. Apologies, 1 run in 7 balls. And I can tell you categorically, Ibeju Lekki Cricket Club has just won against IMCC at the Division 2 end.
Shocking result.
Shocking result it is.
It was table toppers versus bottom place team, and the bottom place team just claimed the scalp of the table toppers. And just very quickly, tomorrow is the grand event at the Tafawa Balewa Cricket Oval, where we'll be having the reopening of the turf wickets from concrete now to turf, and we'll have the game between the elites versus the players plying their trade in the CCC league here. And for Team A, we have players like Entrance of Fame, Joshua Yonaike, Daniel, maybe Ajekun, Odeku, Pradip, David, Abiebode, Isaac, Undubem, Elochuku, Redwan, Taiwo, Chima, Isaac Oyengba, and Sheye Olympio. And for the team B, we have Taya Toloye, Ademola Onikoyi, Akere Isesele, Leke Oyede, Tunde, Ainde, God bless, Abilo, Prosper, Mustafa, Rafik, Adeboro, Moshood, Benjamin, and Matthias. And from the other game that will be played at about 2:30 for the T15, we have two teams, one led by Kome Agodo, former wicketkeeper of Nigeria, the captain of the side. We have Uye Akpata, president of Nigerian Cricket Federation, Kofi Sego, Okonupong, Dr. Otegbeye, Dipo Idowu, Omini Ofem, Obo Omoegi, Asanka Gurusinya, the national team coach, Chuma Anosike, Charles Omoera, Olisa Egwatu, Wenebi Udowe, Udo Ekpong, Chika Okoro, Debola Ogunshino, and the coach would be the team manager and former coach of the national team, Ewa Ensho. And the other team will see Kwesi Sego, the captain, Sheye Fada will see Akidentin, Shokoya Eleshin, Mata Devadaya, Ewi Akpata, Ejiro Agodo, Andrew Ororo, Femi Olaiwole, Banabi Ephraim, Ute Ogbimi, James Okwara, Jacob Onyechi, Dada Imola, Ahmed Sani, Dozie Okolo, and Dr. Patrick Egbe, the one we simply call Uncle PC, who was the former team manager at University of Ife when Koma Agodo was still doing it for them. Now changed to Obafemi Awolowo University Ile-Ife, will be the other team manager. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the size of what you'll be seeing tomorrow. 2:15, the turf will be officially commissioned, but we'll see a game. The two teams are having a discussion, but we'll see how we can get to feel the pulse of maybe the captain of the side of Government College about the Old Boys Cricket Club, and of course the guys from Federal Government College, Warri Old Students Association. They've lost 3 straight games, which is very shocking after winning their first game against Rising Stars, Lagos 1004 Stars.
Yes, please, 1004
so
Stars.
they've
Yes,
lost 3 straight games. They lost against Rising Stars, they lost against Lagos Asian Cricket Club, and they've lost against Government College about the Old Boys Cricket Club. And for GCI, they moved to temporary second by virtue of playing more matches than Rising Stars. They've lost just 1 game, and that was the game against defending champion and table toppers Ibejule Cricket Club. So I will see how I can get the captain of the two teams to come around and tell us what they feel, and we'll be back in a jiffy. We'll also try and get Dairu Enesi to share his experience of what he has seen with us. So I'll be back in a jiffy.
All right then.
Okay, we're back. While we are waiting for the two captains, Captain Babatunde Ayinde from the Victoria side and Emmanuel Okudili from the team that just lost FGC, we've got back to help us wrap up our thoughts. Former technical director at the Nigerian Cricket Federation, one of the most respected umpires in Africa, Mr. Dairu Enesi, who came all the way from Kaduna to witness the grand event that is happening tomorrow at the Tafawa Balewa Cricket Oval, the home of cricket. Dairu, you just saw the victory of GCI. Where did you think the guys from FGC got it wrong? Because it was looking like a victory they should have gotten in the bag.
Yeah, you know, first of all, I think Okudili, if he had stayed, it would have been a big factor, and that's Emmanuel Okudili. With his experience, I was thinking that he should have contributed more to the game, and I do not think the FGC will really have depth in batting, so that again is a factor. But kudos to I'm forgetting his name now, that came out and started blasting away some balls. Exactly, that youngster, I mean, if they had like 3-4 people in front like that, they could have been. I mean, they should have given a better fight. But again, you can't take away GCI experience. They have a lot of stars in GCI. Most of them playing for national team. So that alone is a big factor for GCI to come tops.
Let me quickly ask you, you said it and we reiterated it that T20 is a batting game, not necessarily a bowling game. No disrespect to the bowlers, but were you slightly disappointed with the batting of GCI, looking at how they started, that at 60-something runs they were just 2 wicket loss, but eventually they capitulated at 112.
Yes, because I was thinking that the way they were going, we could have seen a respectable score of 150 for the first time on this pitch. I understand that runs are under 150 since they started, but I was expecting that kind of range, 150. But at the end of the day, we saw the batting fizzling out, again, because like I said, you need to. The mental and the attitude towards T20 should be top notch. I mean, it's not like 50 overs or 1 day game. I mean, it's a T20 game. It should, from the first ball, to start blasting away. But again, kudos to GCI, at least they rally around to win the game.
As we call it a wrap, looking at what you have seen, we saw what happened in the first game. Between Ibeju-Lekki Cricket Club 1, who are the table toppers, and of course Rocks of Abeokuta, and you are seeing this game. Are you heaping more credit to the bowlers, or the batters have not applied themselves well?
I think both have done averagely well. There's a lot to improve, but I think if we want to go higher, especially internationally, our batting should be way, far above this. What we are actually seeing. Like there's no fantastic bowler. The best bowlers in this world could be hit for a 6. So, but our batting should be up there in such a way that we can take on any bowler wherever they come from.
And finally, before I let you go, Dairu, because I know you're a very busy person, tomorrow is that D-Day.
Yeah.
What are we expecting? The opening of the tough oval of the Tafawa Balewa Cricket Oval. You've been on the board before, and I'm sure you are glad that this finally is coming to fruition, that the home of cricket is back.
Yes, exactly. I mean, everybody who is a cricketer, who is a stakeholder, will be happy naturally that the home of cricket in Nigeria is back and better. I mean, we're talking about tough. I mean, it will be an awesome experience. I can't wait for tomorrow to come. And again, beyond that, the side attraction, the elite matches, the veteran matches, we want to watch.
And of course, we are looking out for Dairu and Dairu, before I let you go, are you still playing cricket?
Yes, on a very, very peripheral note, yes, I still play to keep shape. But though I'm into more of badminton, I play a lot of badminton just to keep shape, because in umpiring, you need to be fit.
Yes.
To stay for a very long time, especially in T20, where it's a very fast-paced tournament. You need to be very, very fit. So I play cricket sometimes, and of course I play badminton.
We want to take you up on now.
Okay.
2 things.
Yeah.
You start with the bad one and then the good one.
Okay.
Which game would you always look back as a cricketer and you say, I just want to forget this game, but because Shehu is asking me this evening, I will avail him that opportunity. A game that you look back to say, wow, this was a game that I hate to talk about. And that game that you always want to sing praises about, that this was a fantastic game.
I've had quite of games that I'm proud of, and some that I look back and said I could have done better. Well, locally it was National Sports Festival, Eco 2012, I think.
Yes, 2012.
Yeah.
Right at this ground?
Yes, exactly at this ground, where I gave out a run out. That was between, I can't remember those two, but I still think about it. I gave a run out, and I wasn't in a position to actually give a correct run out. So at the end of the day, I gave the run out, and at the end of the day, and I said, well, that's umpiring. But moving on, I know better. I could have taken 2 steps, 3 steps to an angle where I would be in a very good position to give a run out. But as at that time, I thought I did the correct thing. I saw he wasn't in the crease, and I gave up. But the positioning was very wrong. And then one of my most I have
fun memories.
Yes, but one of my most memorable is a recent game I officiated with Sean George. Sean George is a mentor umpire to me. He's number 3 in South Africa after Erasmus and Adrian, and it was between Kenya and Uganda, one of the most formidable.
Yes.
Games. So
was it the deciding game or the first game? Because there was one that happened at IPRC, where Kenya shocked Uganda.
Yes, it was first game. That was the first game.
The first game at IPRC.
Yes, it was the first game.
It was shocking to everyone.
Exactly. So when I was told that, look, NSC, you are going to officiate Uganda-Kenya match, there were butterflies naturally. But at the end of the day, my mentor umpire talked to me that she would want to see me perform, enjoy yourself, and that enjoy yourself I like doing, and I enjoyed myself, and it was flawless. And that was when Sean George said, you go places, man. I am proud of you, and I say thank you.
Wow. You heard from him. Sean George is the 3rd best umpire in South Africa,
yes.
Which is the number 1 playing country in Africa.
Exactly.
And you got that kind of commendation of saying, Dairo NSC, you go far.
Yeah.
Now, I know there are quite a lot of umpires across the world. You are mentoring about 20 people. Who is that umpire in the world that you always look up to say, I want to be like him? I know one of my favorites is Alimda.
Alimda, you've just taken the name out of my mouth. So I have so many umpires that I look up to. Some I get in touch with them every now and then. And number 1 is Alimda. He's from Pakistan. I love his way of umpiring, his focus and all the determination. But in Africa, Alauddin Paleka comes to mind. Alauddin Paleka is like number 4 in South Africa. Was my mentor umpire in the World Cup on the 19 World Cup qualifier in South Africa. So I am in touch with him, and now Sean George, But my most respected umpire, see, Alimda and Simon Tufel, that has just retired. Simon Tufel, I love so much.
Which is your best signal? Is it when you declare a wide, when you declare 6 runs, or when you declare 4 runs, or when you declare no ball? Which is your best action? And I want you to do it for us. Which will be the parting shot?
I love all my signals,
But which one do you love to do with so much swag?
When I went to Uganda, Kaduna State against the under 19 team of Uganda, my scorers came to me and said, "Wow, I love the way you signal your 6 and your wide." I was like, okay, so how do I do it? He said, if while signaling your wide, it's like you're opening the door wide. I go this way and I come this way.
Fantastic.
And then while declaring your 6, you bring out your hand as if you're praying and you look up to the heavens and say, whoa, this is a big 6.
Dairu, thank you very much. That was lovely.
Thank you very much.
The one I love is like you're opening the door for a while.
Yeah.
And that 6 is your hands like this.
As we are
and
praying,
then
looking up to heavens.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Dairu Enesi.
Thank you
one of the
very much.
most respected umpires we have in Nigeria and in Africa. And you heard it from me. If Sean George is giving you referral to say you go far, then of course the sky is your starting point.
Thank you very
Welcome
much.
once again to your home in Lagos.
Thanks a lot.
And see you tomorrow by the special grace of
By the
God.
grace
Watch
of
out
God.
for Dairu.
Thanks a
That's
lot.
our guy. We love to hear from him over and over again.
Thank you
And
very
of
much.
course we have the man here. Unfortunately, the responsibility given to him to lead the side didn't really turn out the way it should turn out. Emmanuel Okudili, before we say anything, it behoves on us that from all of us, we wish you happy married life. The best marriage has got to offer is what we are wishing you. Congratulations on your wedding.
Thank you so much.
You are given a responsibility today. You won the toss. What spurred you to field? Because a lot of people felt it was a wrong move to field, but eventually you justified why you had to field to reduce GCI to 1-12.
Yes, you know, if you remember our previous games, you notice that we started this season with fielding first. We had a plan. We've always had that plan. We agreed that we were going to field first and chase, and it has actually worked well for us. First game against 1004, even the playoff, we saw what happened. We won, chased. And we actually have the batting side to chase, you know, and because we like to see our score, see what we are going after, and we plan towards that. So, unfortunately, last game, our previous captain actually chose to bat first. You know, we all had one or two issues about it, but like again, it's cricket. You know, you can either bat first or bowl first. Yeah. But the thing is, whichever one you're doing, you just have to do it. The team have to go to the party. So I actually went back to what we agreed from the beginning of the season, and that is to fit first and chase. It's just unlucky for us to get our party didn't come together.
A lot of people said Okudili's wicket was the reason they lost. That if Okudili had been in the crease, customary, it gets them out of jail whenever they are in the problem. And if Okudili had stayed and his wicket was not gone, we will have won that game.
I would say, not me, but God. I had a different mindset today. You know, our batting really in our team. If you actually look at it very well, you find out that our openers have not actually come to the party. We've always lost 2, 3, 4 wickets in the space of 6 overs, and that has exposed our middle order to come in and face. Like today, what I actually planned to do wasn't what came up. So when I went in, I was a bit confused. I would have just backed out and settled my mind before I start playing, because that particular ball I played, unlike me. In fact, when I came out, my teammate was saying, that's unlike you. You don't play those kind of balls, most especially when they are your first balls. And I agree. I felt very bad. I wanted to push my team at least to a point where we have chance to victory, because that and then I have the flair to take the game off our opponent. But unfortunately, we have.
2 more questions before I let you go, Okudili. You started like an house on fire from the playoffs leading to your first game this season where you defeated 1004 Stars, but you've lost 3 games in succession. Lost against LACC, lost against Rising Stars, and then now lost today against Government College by the Old Boys Play Club. How do you intend to wrestle this defeat, because you are last on the log and this is not where FGC is supposed to be?
Yes, we just like we just had a conversation after the game, we have agreed that these are problems and we need to solve the problem. First of all, is to settle the issue of the opening slot and not to lose wickets on the first 6 overs, and at the same time put runs on board. If we have 30 runs and just a loss of 1 wicket in 6 overs, for our team, I think it's a good start, and that is what we agreed on. 2, we've also agreed that if you look at the team, batting team list for a while now, you notice that it has been fluctuating. We bring in this person to open, we bring in that person to open and all that. We want to have a stability. That's what we're working on. If that works out, what it means is that we'll have a permanent number 1, 2, 3. And if we achieve that, then our batting will be good to go. Our next game is against Beju. Beju is beatable, though they are, a very strong side. I just hope that our plans today will have that big effect on that game.
Finally, is there a cost that comes with you just got married and your next game you are playing a dog? Because I heard quite a lot of people talk about it. Onikoi talked about it. Austin and Regan talked about it. Is there a cost that comes with when you get married and then you play a dog?
It's becoming a trend now that anybody that gets married, the next game they play, they always having dog and most especially like in that fashion. Yeah. I don't know what is behind it though, and I won't say it's spiritual because, but if you look at the people that actually go out, those people are people that on the norms, they score runs and all that. So would I say it's over excitement, that comes with it, or family responsibility and all that? But it's becoming a trend now, and I think
we'll get it sorted out.
We'll get it sorted out. Yes.
Marriage is a beautiful thing.
Yes.
Okudili, thank you very much once again, and I hope you arrest this slump that is happening.
Yes.
Well, finally, we just have to come to the captain. Congratulations once again, Babatunde Ayinde, 33 runs today. 35. Congratulations. What do you make out of today's game? Very quickly.
Well, it was really a tough one for us batting, right? I won't put blame on the wicket because we just have to adjust to the condition of the pitch, whichever ways, right? But it was really, really tough today, and I understood at that moment that I needed to hang in there all through, right? Seeing us collapsing here and there, major batsmen going out and all of that. But it was a tough one, but thank God it was a victory at last.
Where do you think guys got it wrong? At some point in time, you had 60-something runs for loss of 2 wickets, and all of a sudden you just left it at 112. In big games like this, if they are taking their chances, it couldn't have amounted to what we saw today.
Well, at that point, when myself and Isaac realized it wasn't easy to get boundaries, so we needed to run very fast. So we were just running, right? We were just taking singles. We were taking the risk because it was not easy for us to get boundary off the bowler bowling at that moment. And it worked out. But unfortunately, Isaac lost his wicket. But then we tried to just play out the overs at the end.
Back to second position, finally, what plans do you have? Because a lot of people feel that your biggest task will be against Ibeju. You guys need to come up big by scoring runs based on the quality you have on your side.
Well, the focus is on everything. We just have to beat all the teams. It's not just about a particular team. We take a game at a time. We need to keep winning, right? It's not about any team. We are not particular about anything. We are particular about winning the league. So how do you win the league? You have to win all your matches, right?
Thank you very much, Tunde Ayinde. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
So that's the side of it. About me, our job is done. And I want to say thank you once again for the tremendous job we are doing. We brought you 2 matches today from the Unilag Cricket Oval, where Ibeju Lekki Cricket Club, one defending champion, defeated their opponents, Rocks of Abeokuta, by 9 wickets. And just now, we've seen Government College Ibadan Old Boys Cricket Club defeat Federal Government College Warri Old Student Association.
Yeah, definitely. Tomorrow's game will be between 1004 Cricket Club and
Government College
Government
Ughelli.
College Ughelli.
I won't give Ife.
No, 1004 Cricket Club and F Foundation Cricket Club actually. That would be the
Then
second game
Rising
that will be
Stars.
brought.
Then Rising Stars will take on
Government College Ughelli. So the game that you'll be seeing live on this platform will be 1004 and FCC by 2 p.m. Seun, for me, it's goodbye from you.
It's adios amigos, gracias, obrigado, siabonga, danke, merci, God bless you all and have a good weekend.
All right, thank you very much.